Da la bienvenida a este evento y agradece su participación. Estas son algunas recomendaciones para mejorar la calidad de la videoconferencia.
So we welcome you to this webinar. These are some recommendations. Remember to unmute your microphone only when you're given the floor. Please keep your microphone muted when another person is speaking. So we ask you to keep your camera on at all times so that the other participants can see you. If you need to step away for a moment, you can turn the camera off and turn it back on when you return. Please put your cell phone in silent mode to avoid any interruptions during the video conference. We recommend that you maintain proper posture and position yourself adequately in front of your computer. We do have simultaneous interpretation for this meeting. So it's important that when you speak in the language corresponding to the Zoom link you selected, if you access the link to the meeting in Spanish, you must speak in Spanish at all times. At the end of the video, please remain silent for 30 seconds. Afterwards, the moderator will begin the meeting. Thank you for your attention.
So Camino, we can go ahead then.
Yeah, the floor is yours.
Wonderful. So welcome everyone to the 2024 North American Workshop on Soil, Water, and Climate Change. Can Models Guide Our Way? So today's workshop has been organized by the Soil, Water, and Climate Change Task Force of ProSiNorte. So we'll provide detail on all of our partner organizations, but first I'd like to explain what we want to get out of today's meeting. We will see presentations from scientists and researchers from the National Agricultural Research Organizations of the 3 North American countries. Those are the National Institute for Forestry, Agriculture, and Livestock Research in Mexico, or INIFAP, Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada, AAFC, and the United States Department of Agriculture, USDA. The Soil, Water, and Climate Change Task Force strives to improve agricultural resilience and sustainability by linking large-scale climate change processes to local soil and water indicators and management solutions. There are many commonalities between our 3 countries. We all need to better understand the impacts of climate change on our agricultural sectors. We all grow wheat, we all grow corn, we have dairy sectors, for example. There are many commonalities. So our respective institutes all share the mandates to improve our agricultural sectors and the livelihoods of our citizens. So the aim of today's workshop is to share key concerns in Canada, US, and Mexico to be able to better build research collaborations to mitigate and adapt to climate change from a soil and water perspective. So by presenting ongoing research, we hope to identify gaps in the knowledge that we can work together from to solve future research collaborations and through modeling exercises. So as of yesterday, we had about 275 registered participants, 122 from Mexico, 71 from the United States, 30 from Canada, and then many others from countries across the Americas and further abroad. So now I'm going to pass the microphone to Jean-Charles Levalet, who's Canada's country representative for the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation in Agriculture, or ICA, and he will explain what that organization is and how it interacts with ProSiNorte. JC?
Yeah, thanks. Hi, everybody. So we are part of ICA. I'm the country representative based in Ottawa here, head of the delegation. I'm joined by my colleagues, Camino and Gloria, and they're in charge of the logistics. In terms of housekeeping, quickly, Stephen, for those of you, we obviously get this question quite often in our webinars. There's an interpretation button in Zoom on the center right side. You can pick English or Spanish, and you can follow the entire day in that language, especially for the speakers. Stick to that language. Don't swap. It makes it a lot easier for the interpreters in Costa Rica, and we'll avoid some confusion and the quality of the webinar for the rest of the audience. So my name is Jean-Charles Levalet. I'm also part of ProSiNorte as the executive secretary. ICA is 82 years old. we have 34 member states. We are everywhere in the Americas, from Canada to Argentina. But Cuba, all the ministers of agriculture sit on our board of directors. So that would be, say, Minister Macaulay, Secretary Vilsack, Secretary Villalobos. They all sit on our board in Costa Rica. That's where our headquarters are located. So I'm the head of the country office here in Canada. I'm also the secretary for POSI Norte. It's one of ICA's 7 mechanisms of technical cooperation. We just celebrated last year 25 years. So this is our 26th year of POSI Norte. And POSI Norte was established then in 1998. It's a cooperative program in research and technology for the North, so Canada, US, Mexico. And so basically, it's a trilateral network of federal ag research bodies, and it aims to promote cooperation on research, on tech in the northern region of the Americas through events like today, through exchanges, through partnerships, and we're looking to improve, the competitiveness, the sustainability of the sector by incorporating science, which is what you are doing, tech and innovation, knowledge sharing, all those good things. We have 4 task forces. Today is the one on soil, water, and climate change, but we also work on animal health. We also work on plant health. We also work on genetic resources and gene banks. But in your case, the study of climate science is really important. It's part of the ag today, but also part of the future of ag tomorrow. And it just doesn't focus on what changing environment and changing climate, why it's important, but it also it looks at how it affects the sector. And that's where ICA comes in, where we have a dedicated climate action program out of Costa Rica. It's continental, and we also are present at the COPs. We were in Dubai, we were in Egypt. We have the largest sustainable agriculture pavilion of anybody. We had 60 side events, had many ministers of agriculture come to foster more relationships between agriculture and the environment that often get along, actually. So as you know, precipitation is important, local climate conditions, sea level rise. The Caribbean is affected by hurricanes every year. Climate change affects forests, it affects crop yields. Water is an issue, water supplies from Canada to Argentina. It's a continental issue, it affects every single country. So your work is really important to contribute to our understanding and how we can prepare and build resilience, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm really excited by today's agenda. I've been really, the team has been doing this for a couple months now, at least. So a hat tip to the entire task force lead. My thanks to Camino and Gloria to making all the logistics happen. Thanks to the interpreters. And if you have any questions in the chat, Camino can assist you on the logistics side, on a copy of the agenda, anything like that. Over to you, Stephen, again. My thanks to you, Marlon, and Ignacio, for all your hard work. Well done.
Thanks, Tishi. Much appreciated. I also would like to thank a few people. The organizing committee consisted of members from the 3 national research organizations, Kayla Moore, Roland Krobel, Taras Lichuk, and myself from AFC, Andres Sibbles, and Phil Howman from USDA IRS, Ignacio Sanchez Cohen, and Gabriel Diaz Padilla, and others from INIFAP. But again, I'd like to repeat that ICA, Camino, Aparicio, and Gloria Ramirez have really done a lot of work, and they are amazing organizationally to get this all together. So we have a Slido. I think when you registered, you should have received a link to access the Slido. So please post your questions to the Slido, not in the chat of Zoom. Feel free to ask questions in the language of your choice. And we will do our best to translate those within Slido. So to the speakers, after your talks, please go to Slido and attend to questions. Slido will be open for several days, so indeed we can continue to interact after today's meeting. Immediately after each block of talks, there will be time for 1 or 2 questions, probably, and the moderators of each session will pick out some questions to ask to the speakers. When you ask your question, please put the name of the person that you're directing your question to, so we can try and sort through things and get the question to the right person. To the speakers, please stick to your time because we have quite a long schedule today. each speaker, you'll share your own slides so you can advance yourselves. That means you might not be able to see the other participants during your talk. So we will be recording today's session, and if you don't agree with that, please let us know. Our intention is to publish the video on YouTube next week, and indeed later on the ProCiNorte website. So the day's broken up into two parts. The morning session will be on soil carbon, the afternoon session on water-related themes, so updates on research, all in the context of climate change, again, from each of the three countries. Andres Sibbles, who's from the USDA Climate Hub, will chair the carbon session this morning, and then Ignacio Sanchez-Cohen will do the same for water in the afternoon. So next, we will go to institutional introductions. We've invited representatives from our three national agricultural research organizations to give overviews on institutional priorities around soil, water, and climate change. So first we have Marlon Eve, who's Deputy Administrator of National Resources and Sustainable Agricultural Systems at USDA. I hope I've gotten that right. We'll quickly then go to Anne-Marie Chapman, who's Director for Research and Development within the Ontario-Quebec region of Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada and the Air and Climate Research Portfolio Lead. And then we have Efrain Cruz from INIFAP, who's the Director of Institutional and Interinstitutional Research. Marlon, please go ahead.
Thank you, Stephen. Can everyone hear me and see my slides? Excellent. Very good. Yes, I am Dr. Marlon Eve. I am with the USDA Agricultural Research Service, where I serve as Deputy Administrator, watching over our research programs in natural resources and sustainable ag systems. And so I'm very pleased to talk with you today about some of the high-level priorities that we have in ARS for our researchers across the country. Within my program area, and I'll just mention that ARS has 95 research locations across the US and 4 other labs around the world. We have about 1,800 PhD researchers when you include our permanent scientists and our postdocs and other term positions, and then about 6,000 support staff helping and supporting our research across the country. So what I represent in natural resources and sustainable ag systems is just a very small portion of the ARS portfolio, but it's where much of our climate change research lives, as well as all of our soil and water related research portfolios. So it's really exciting to have this group convene today. I'd like to share a welcome from the US and from USDA to all of those that are joining the conference today, and I look forward to hearing your input and the exciting discussions and new collaborations that will come out of this workshop. So in my unit, which we commonly call NRSAS, Natural Resources and Sustainable Ag Systems, our vision is really sustainable systems that support researchers. We support researchers at 70 locations developing technologies and strategies needed to help farmers, ranchers, and other managers effectively steward the diverse agricultural mosaic across our country. And so that's a pretty broad statement, but the research portfolio that we manage is pretty broad. And I will just note that our administrator, Dr. Simon Liu, has challenged us in ARS across the portfolio to really stress AIR as an acronym. The A is for agility. Our research needs to be agile to address the needs that are presenting themselves in an ongoing basis. The I is for innovation. Our research needs to lead to innovative tools and technologies and solutions for the landowners and land managers across the country. And then the R is for relevance. And if our research is not relevant to those stakeholders and customers, then there's not a lot of justification for an agency like the Agricultural Research Service. We really need to be solving the problems that our stakeholders are talking about, the issues that are that are facing our farmers and ranchers. And so our goal is always to innovate in that relevant space and demonstrate agility. So within NRSAS, we have 4 national programs. I'm going to touch on each of them, but you will see that our programs involve 113 what we call base-funded projects that are appropriated by Congress, a little over 400 scientists across the country at 54 locations. So, I mentioned there's around 1,600 permanent PhD scientists across ARS. So about a fourth of those, or a little over a fourth of those, are within the natural resources and sustainability portfolio. And we have research going on at 54 of our 95 locations. The 4 national program areas are water availability and watershed management, which is very heavily influenced by efforts to understand the role that climate change has and how our management can help to adapt to or mitigate the effects of climate change. The next one is the Soil and Air National Program. Similarly, very heavily focused on the climate interactions between the greenhouse gases and emissions to the air, as well as the soil health and soil conservation and other aspects of making our soils resilient to extreme events and other climate forcers. The other 2 programs are more systems focused. One is our grass, forage, and rangeland agroecosystems, and then the other is the sustainable agricultural systems. So I've got a lot of information on these coming slides, but I'm just going to try to pull out the highlights for you so that I don't run long. Our priorities in my group have been focused around climate change, which includes greenhouse gas mitigation, adaptation, making our production systems more resilient to extreme weather. We also play a leading role on the USDA Climate Hubs initiative. And I also want to mention that we have a partnership with NRCS around some recent legislation that was passed called the Inflation Reduction Act. One provision of that act charged NRCS, a sister agency of ours in USDA, with developing and rolling out more and better greenhouse gas measurement and monitoring technologies. And so we have a role in expanding our capacity on methane and nitrous oxide. ARS also has a role in better aggregating our data and understanding changes through time on soil carbon and how we can maximize that through changes in management. We also are linking spatially from the plot level, the research plot level, to tall towers and satellite data to national scale inventory. So trying to improve our understanding at all of those scales. And then finally, we're looking at livestock emissions and how can we reduce methane and nitrous oxide from our livestock, our rice production, and other types of production systems that are more noteworthy related to methane and nitrous oxide. Another priority for our group is the Partnerships for Data Innovations. PDI is a grassroots effort to help us to integrate large data sets and to create automated data pipelines to really enable things like applying AI or artificial intelligence tools to our research, to enable things like large-scale modeling or multi-scale modeling, where we're actually looking at things from the local scale to the regional or national scale. How can we make our data sets more standardized and interoperable? So we have a team of technical folks that are working with the Partnerships for Data Innovations on trying to automate and streamline our data capture, standardized processing, and then serving it up for rich data collaborations. And then we have another area of emphasis, which is less relevant to the group today, but that is on contaminants and environmental fate. And right now, one of the things that we're really focused on there is the emerging challenges posed by PFAS, the polyfluoroalkyl substances that have made their way into our agricultural environments, into the water and soils. And so we're working on research to find and mitigate and remediate those challenges. So I mentioned that 211 is our water availability and watershed management program area. And I just wanted to highlight here that there's a large aspect of our waters and watershed effort that is focused on assimilating data, on modeling, things like the SWOT model, precision irrigation, understanding how to use geospatial tools to conserve water, to protect water quality. Even in recent years, looking at managed aquifer recharge, trying to take advantage of some of the extreme rainfall events to channel waters back into the aquifer, but maintaining water quality in the process. And so that's an area of emerging research priority for us in ARS. So a number of these priorities are really critical to our water program. And I really look forward to hearing more today in the discussions of how we can tie our research efforts in to similar priorities across North America. This is just an example of some of the outcomes of our water and watershed research programs. The example that's shown here is our work with NRCS on the Conservation Effects Assessment Project. Involves long-term monitoring of highly instrumented watersheds that really has helped us to understand how to move from the local scale to the national scale and understanding hydrologic and watershed dynamics. Erosion is another huge area of emphasis for our water national program, and also quite significant to our climate change discussions as extreme events will largely influence erosion and the need for conservation. Our next national program is Soil and Air. This is just one example of one of the outcomes. I will mention that our Soil and Air National Program deals with everything from emissions of nitrous oxide from fertilizer or from manure management to how to mitigate those emissions, or how to build soil health and soil carbon, how to understand and account for and quantify soil carbon. The example you see on this slide is biochar. Biochar presents an opportunity to generate bioenergy while also creating a much more stable form of soil carbon that has some co-benefits of increasing soil health and potentially enhancing water holding capacity and nutrient utilization rates, for example. Another example from this national program is manure sheds. One of the challenges we've had in terms of looking across our landscape is having too many nutrients located in certain parts of the landscape where manure is repeatedly applied. And so manure sheds is looking at how do we match up the manure resources available with the crop needs on our agricultural landscape and do a better job of getting those nutrients to where they're needed and keeping them out of our watersheds and waterways. And then just touching quickly on our rangeland and grassland agroecosystems, we have a lot of work here on some of the environmental benefits of turf grasses, on how we manage our rangelands and our pastures and our forages as well. And so ways to optimize rangeland management to improve soil carbon, developing decision support tools for ranchers to help them to better manage their forage, which I think you'll see an example of coming up. One of the things that then our final national program, the Sustainable Systems Program, here's just a few examples of some of the things that have come out of that program. This is really a systems view of sustainability. A large part of our LTAR network is in this program. I'll be talking a little bit about LTAR in a minute. And so then, as I've noted throughout, really resilience to climate and weather, managing for reduced greenhouse gases and increased soil carbon are strong priorities of ARS, while also looking at opportunities for bioenergy and better ways to measure and minimize greenhouse gas emissions. I mentioned GrassCast. GrassCast is shown on this page. This is an example of the work of one of our climate hubs, working with long-term weather data and with biological data from across the landscape to create a tool that would predict whether, with the understood weather predictions for the upcoming growing season, should a producer anticipate that they might have more forage than normal or less forage than normal, and use that in helping to determine whether they should graze those lands or how heavily they should stock them. And this has been a hugely popular tool and is one example of ways that we're bringing data together and turning it into decision support for ranchers and farmers. I think you probably are all aware of the climate hubs. These climate hubs are a mechanism for us of making sure that we're rooted in the local and regional challenges faced across the country. And then I mentioned the LTAR network, and there'll be more discussions, I'm sure, later in the day. But this is just looking across all of the agroecosystems in the US and focusing on that question of, if we pull out all the stops and do an aspirational treatment that applies the best that we know, how much improvement would we see? And the hope would be that over the coming years, more of the aspirational would be the normal way of doing business, and we would have to reimagine what aspirational management would look like. So that's our common goal across all of the diverse agroecosystems of the US. So I think I'm going to stop there. I mentioned the PDI a bit ago, and so that is the end of my presentation. I will turn it back to you, Stephen.
Thank you so much, Marlon. That was a really great overview. I certainly learned a lot. Manure sheds, that's really interesting. I'll follow up with you on that.
Great.
We'll move quickly on to Anne-Marie Chapman, if you are available. Air and Climate Research Portfolio Lead. Go ahead, Anne-Marie. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for having me today. I have to admit I'm a little bit nervous having to manage my slides, being on Zoom at the same time, and being recorded and being on YouTube later on. So if you just give me 1 second, I will attempt to share my screen. Please, Stefan, if you could just tell me verbally once you see it.
Anne-Marie, there's a bit of an echo. Is there a microphone on somewhere, maybe?
I'm sorry, there's not. If it's terrible, I could change rooms and you could flip me around and I would be waiting 15 minutes.
I dare to judge if it's terrible or not. It does sound like it's sort of cycling around the room. Let's give it a go, shall we?
Okay, sure. If you want me to stop and to switch, I'll switch rooms, but I'll need 15 minutes. Can you see my slides?
Yes, we can.
Great.
Although there's something about SharePoint. I think it's on your screen. Top left, maybe you need to, yeah.
Is this better? I'm gonna get this to work. All right, so thank you very much for having me today.
Disculpen un momento, con este eco no se puede hacer traducción.
Sorry, this is an apology. We cannot do this interpreting. Yeah, it's too echoey, and the interpreters are not able to translate into Spanish.
Instantaneously to Spanish because of the sound in the room. So I'm not sure what alternative we might have. Is it possible to go to a different space, or maybe put on a microphone? I feel like it might be this kind of technological solution. If you need a minute, I can. Do you want? I'll go to the next speaker. Shall I? Efren Cruz, are you available to jump ahead in the agenda?
Marlene, I just got a phone call from Efrain. It says he's going to speak in Spanish. So if
That's okay.
you can ask him to attend in Spanish to connect him. Efraín, si puedes empezar.
Efraín, if you can please start your presentation.
I can reiterate to fill the time that the speakers are welcome to speak in Spanish or in English, but indeed, please keep to one or the other. Go ahead, please, Efren. We can see your screen. Please go ahead.
Doctor Cruz, podemos ver su pantalla, pero
Dr. Cruz, we can see your screen, but we're not able to hear you.
Doctor Cruz, seguimos sin sonido de su lado.
Dr. Cruz was still not able to hear you.
Ignacio, si nos pueden ayudar desde México.
Ignacio, can anyone help us from Mexico? We are able to view his presentation, but we're not able to get his audio feed. If you need any further moments to make adjustments, we can give it to him. Otherwise, we can go back to Anne-Marie. I have just received a call from Dr. Efrain Cruz. He says he has audio issues. Perhaps the next person in the program could take over. So then could you please just stop sharing?
Go again. Thank you to everyone for your patience and for indeed being flexible with your technological modes. I think we're ready for you, Anne-Marie. Again, thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Can you confirm this is better?
I hear you perfectly. Thank you so much.
And can you confirm my screen is shared?
Let's see. Yes, Ignacio, you're not on mute. Go ahead, Anne-Marie. Thank you. Yes, we see your screen.
Great, so thank you again, and thank you for your patience with this. I'm really happy to be here today. So as mentioned, my name is Anne-Marie Chapman. I'm a director in the Science and Technology branch with Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada, and I'm also the Portfolio National Lead for the Air and Climate Research at Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada. With me today, I also have my colleague, Jeff Mercer. He is also a director in the Science and Technology branch, and he is the Portfolio Lead for Soils and Water. So he's here with me as well. So I'm here today to give you an overview of AVFC's work and actually a subset of this work. And I'm going to be focusing a bit more on the work and the research that we do and the science that we do that focuses on the interactions between climate, air, and water. So as you're aware, Canada has joined over 190 countries in signing the Paris Agreement. Canada has set ambitious targets to reduce its emissions, hoping to reduce them by between 40 and 45% by 2030 with respect to 2005 levels. In addition, Canada has joined 120 countries in setting a goal of becoming net zero by 2050. So to guide the reductions of emissions by 2030 and to work towards that 2050 goal, Canada has published the Emission Reduction Plan. And so that's a national plan focused on every sector, looking at how to reduce GHG emissions. What's of a particular interest to agriculture is that Canada has joined the Global Methane Pledge, and the pledge commits members to contribute to reducing global methane by 30% below 2020 level, by 2030. And what's of interest to agriculture as well is that Canada has announced a nitrogen fertilizer emission target, which looks at reducing by 30% emissions from fertilizer with respect to 2020 level by 2030. So this is a bit of the policy context in which we set some of our research and priorities at AAFC. So AAFC, is Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada. So who are we at AAFC? We're there to provide leadership in the growth and development of a competitive, innovative, and sustainable Canadian agriculture and agri-food sector. At AAFC, science and technology and innovation play an important role in supporting the agriculture and agri-food sector and in achieving the GHG targets that I've mentioned earlier. We use modeling, research, and collaborations to support this mission, and I'll be talking a lot about collaborations. In the upcoming slides, I will explain how our research capacity contributes to soil, water, climate research, and management. AAFC has approximately 400 scientists, plus scientific support, equipment, infrastructure to advance science and to meet its mission. We have a number of programs and processes to work across the spectrum of technology readiness level and to work with collaborators, whether that's industry, whether that's other academia or other countries. I won't list all of those programs. There's actually quite a lot, but we do have those programs. So as you are very much aware, in recent year in Canada and across North America, we've seen a number of events that illustrate the impact of climate change on agriculture. We've seen droughts, we've seen floodings, we've seen extreme temperature, hot and cold, which have resulted in losses for farmers and have also demonstrated their impact in the insurance programs. We expect that moving forward, future droughts are projected to be more frequent and more intense. We are seeing a seasonal shift in the timing of peak stream flows. And because of the warming climate, we are seeing and we expect to see an increased pest survival and northward migrations of pests happening in Canada and likely elsewhere in North America. However, there's also opportunities such as longer seasons and being able to grow crops more up north. So with this context and AAFC's missions, the Science and Technology branch prepared and published in 2022 our strategic plan for science. I call it our North Star, and I'll give you a bit of guidance, a bit of information on it. This plan is our North Star for the next 10 years. So it's not something that's going to be shelved in a few months or a few years. It's really to guide and to move the resources at AAFC over the next decade. We've got 3 pillars, and I'm going to focus on the third one, but I wanted to mention that we do have a pillar on people first strategy. So looking at our people, who they are, and how to help them grow, and also obviously organizational excellence. But I am going to focus here, given the talk, on the missions. So the missions are really the areas that will guide AAFC research for the upcoming decades. I will name these because they are highly relevant for the talk today. First, mitigating and adapting to climate change. Second, increasing the resiliency of agroecosystems. Third, advancing the circular economy. And fourth, accelerating the digital transformation of the agriculture and agri-food sectors. So as you can see, the impact of climate change and adapting to climate change and optimizing resources use, which is part of the discussion today, are all part of the missions at under Agriculture Canada's Strategic Plan for Science. So we've basically reorganize how we do our work in the science branch to be able to deliver on those 4 missions. And this is partly why I'm the Air and Climate Portfolio Lead. Just to give you an overview of the landscape of Canada, we have over 20 research and development centers across the country. This is where our 400 scientists are located and all the support staff, equipment, and infrastructure. We've got these 20 centers represent the variability in climates, soils, practices, and so on. So having these 20 centers across the spectrum provides a lot of diversity to test ideas and to see at the impacts on again, soil, climate, different soils, climates, and practices. I'm going to dive a little bit into modeling related to air, climate, soil, and water, but I do want to say that I'm not necessarily the expert and that you will have some more detailed presentations today on some of these topics, and that some of these experts are actually in this virtual room and will be able to answer some very technical or specific questions should you have any. But I do want to stress that modeling can provide tools to help policy decisions that will help the sector migrate and adapt to climate change. For example, as you're aware, models can make predictions on the impacts of various future climate change scenarios on crop growth and soil carbon dynamics. Some of these tools are listed below. At AAFC, we use Earth observations, models, and other tools to offer information services. AAFC researchers can use regional modeling to inform implementation of best management practices, adaptation measures, and assess on-farm emissions. So of course, model also run information services, which can be used by the sector, including by farmers and academia. I won't detail all of these services and models below, but I did want to take the time to talk quickly about the National Agroclimate Information Service. So what this is, we've got agro-environmental indicators, which are which list the environmental conditions, risk, and changes resulting from agriculture and of the management practices that produce use to mitigate these risks. These are obviously changes over time, and they help explain how the agricultural sector is performing, why it's performing as it is, whether that performance is satisfactory, and how likely it is to evolve in the future. As I said, I won't list all of AAFC's models because we've got a lot of experts here that can talk about them. But I do wanted to mention that we put models in 3 buckets, and the buckets are on scales. So first, we have a number of models that are at the national scale, and these are more generalized models. For example, the agri-environmental indicators provide indication of the soil and water indicators, because we're talking about soil and water today, in link with a changing climate, and that's more at the national scale. We also work a lot on GHG emissions to feed into the National Inventory Report, and again, that's at the national scale. Other buckets of models are at the regional scale, and those are mostly used to predict climate and used to model impacts of climate on agricultural production system. And finally, there's also a bucket of models at the field level, and these are mostly used to model at the farm level or at the field level and look at the impacts of practices and to be able to inform on-farm decision making. Looking towards the future, as we know, there's a lot of work in data and there's more and more data that's available. So we're looking at building the model of the futures. And what these could look like are using systems approach to agrosystems. So looking at the whole agrosystems and trying to model that and to link models to other models. Obviously, there's also advancing farm level and regional models because those are mostly used for on-farm decisions. And with AI, we're very much more likely to move towards real on-time decisions by farmers. So this is also a level that we want to pursue. Obviously, to be able to have this information available to the public, to farmers, and others, academia, other governments, it's going to be important to increase the functionalities of the models. And we're also looking at tuning some of those models to provide support for the policymakers to make sure that the policies can be taken with the best informed analysis and data as possible. This just gives you a bit of an idea of the ideal state. Where we'd like to be in the future is to have better data, better resolution, better accessible by farmers, researchers, policymakers to be able to make better decisions, whether that's at the on-farm level or at the higher level policy level. I do want to take a minute to talk about collaboration. Collaboration is crucial to share and leverage expertise and experiences. I've listed a few areas of potential collaborations to pursue, but we should not limit ourselves to them. But obviously, climate measurements across North America is an area of common interest and potential collaboration. As my earlier predecessor just said a few minutes ago, standardized measurement for easier data comparison and use. Standardized or optimized methods for data collection and development for on-farm activities, farm practices, and so on. And general, call it experience or expertise sharing on data. We've got new fields that are emerging, remote sensing, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and so on. So what can we leverage through collaboration from each other so that we can leverage what's already known and build on it? So as for my last slide, I'd like to say that at AEFC, we're looking at improving our models to be able to advance our missions of adapting to climate change, better managing our resources, and providing information to take good decisions by farmers, academia, and policymakers. We're looking at improving our model resolutions, and we're looking at developing also other practices to reduce our GHG emissions and try to mitigate the emissions. And with this day ahead of us, I'd like to explore opportunities to share, whether that's data, model, expertise, or experiences, because I think there's a lot that we can do together on this. So I'll be available through Slido, I think, for some questions. But like I said, I know that there's other presentations this afternoon by the technical experts. So if you have got technical questions on the model or so on, I'm sure that they will be happy to answer those questions.
Thank you so much, Anne-Marie. That's wonderful. It's a broad country and a broad scope of expertise that we have within it. And hopefully we can try to leverage that today. Dr. Cruz, are you available for your presentation?
Sí, muchas gracias. ¿Ya me escuchan?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Can you?
Thank you.
We're not able to listen to him? Okay, here we go. Thank you and good morning. And I please apologize for the sound issues we had with our equipment when you least expected, right? Thank you for this invitation. And on behalf of the Director Luis Ángel Rodríguez del Bosque, on behalf of him, I will briefly speak about the INIFAP. What we do soil, water, and climate change research. INFAP has a mission to develop technology solutions to drive forward innovation in the Mexican field with strategic goals. The first is to increase knowledge and technology solutions to see to the needs and problems of the subsectors, both in forestry, agriculture, and livestock. To increase, secondly, to increase the adoption, because we create knowledge and technology. So within our purpose is to transfer this technology to users and to producers. INIFAP covers the whole country. It's nationwide. We have 8 regions. We divide the country into 8 regions, research for research purposes, and then we have experimental fields where we do research. We have 38 pilot or experimental fields and 37 sites, possibly 80 experimental fields where we do our research within INIFAP. In addition to these experimental fields, we have 5 national research centers, and one of them is the National Center for Interdisciplinary Research in Soil, Water, Climate Change, where we basically do research on water and soil. In addition, we have a national lab for remote modeling. This is in Aguascalientes, in the center of Mexico. We focus and we collect all the climate information of our climate stations that are enabled in the country, so we capture data automatically. We have approximately 860 researchers who develop this work, these projects in the experimental fields or test fields. A third of them do work on soil, water, and climate change. Regarding soil, I can say that currently the institution took on the task of creating a national research agenda. This national research agenda was created based on documents as well as federal government policies, both of the agricultural and livestock sector and sustainable agriculture, as well as the programs that belong to the institution. The goal is to gear research towards prioritizing what are the main topics the institution should work on. From this exercise, we have divided our priority strategies into 4. The first are the agri-food chains of the basic basket. So the most important crops are included. This is for the Mexican people, starting with corn, beans, wheat, rice, and others. Within the institutional strategic topics or themes, we have water, soil, and climate vulnerability. So these 3 strategic topics, even when they're not directly related to a specific crop, they are crucial because the institution or the institute should not avoid the promotion of in research in these 3 topics. Any of these that is being altered affects production, impacts production. That is why these 3 topics are institutional strategies, and thus we can think about the other topics or themes of interest. All of these are focused basically in food self-sufficiency and natural resource sustainability. Of course, we need food on the one hand, but also we prefer to preserve and sustain our natural resources. In addition, it's important to consider production and productivity, to include producers and farmers in terms of the potential production of their land. I would like to tell you about some other subjects that are of our concern. Lately, in the last years, we've had drastic impacts due to the drought in the center and north of the country. We had a very severe drought in producing beans. The production was reduced significantly because of droughts. Some problems, severe problems we see in the soil. Compaction is one of them. In different regions where there is intensive agriculture, we have severe compacting problems. Even if we implement technologies to increase production, if we don't pay attention and we don't solve the compaction problem, we won't have answers to the best answers for production purposes. Erosion, both wind erosion as well as water erosion, are very serious too. In the center and north of the country, there's a great impact of the wind erosion, and the southeast and center of the country. Also, the water erosion is very severe. That is why the Institute has developed some projects, from quantifying those erosion problems to technologies to be applied to reduce erosion. In addition, we have another problem, which is the reduction of fertility. So together with erosion, we also have a loss of soil fertility. Now, in the topics we work on, somehow they are important, of course, and essential, and these are the ones I will mention. In terms of soil erosion, we have implemented a work focused on the plant cover, how to improve it to favor water infiltration and reduce such erosion. We've also worked on and assessed remediation work. We try to quantify the erosion type. Some models have been produced focused on the problem to see how we can actually reduce those issues. Now, in terms of fertility, we've also worked for many years now with biofertilizers, using microorganisms to improve then the availability of these elements in the soil. We've done work in how to be more efficient in irrigation with the appropriate amount of water. We've worked on some studies in terms of fertility degradation and some balances in terms how can we actually reduce the problems of soil fertility. We've also focused on, in these last years, on the use of organic agriculture, alternative sources to for the use of chemical fertilizers, the pollution and contamination. We've done important work in terms of the use of organic plants for remediation purposes. When we talk about microbiology, we've detected growth promoters. We've found a way to use alternative sources to improve soil conditions as well as soil improvement. When we speak about soil degradation, we've worked on salinization. We have some problems in some irrigation areas, so we looked for alternatives for remediation purposes. There's also a loss of nutrients, and water contamination is present in underwater, underground water, some dams and other issues that implied loss of nutrients. Also over pasturing. In this regard, we've worked focusing on assessing the condition and improving then the underground water. There's some practices to restore then this important issue. We've studied the change in the use of soil, some alternatives in this regard, the impact some practices are having because of the use and change in soil use. In terms of the GHGs emission, there is the work done in terms of carbon capturing in different ecosystems, in different seeding systems. We have also looked for alternatives to mitigate such emissions of such gases. Others, global warming, of course, and management practices, how to reduce these effects in terms of GHG emissions. In terms of contamination, we've worked on heavy metals. We've also thought about and worked on the chemical fertilizers, and in terms also of the waterways. Now going to remediation, we've worked on fertilization. In some areas, a lot has been done in terms of use of chemical fertilizers. Phosphorus is something that is of an issue in the area. We've worked on that with bioremediation practices, different species and other practices. When we speak about conservation, we thought about the soil conservation and management in compost, creating that for cropping or seeding systems, water control. This is very of great interest to find alternatives. In other words, how to use some antagonic organisms to control some pests, which we consider are so important to reduce the use of agrochemicals. We've also explored environmental impacts. This is an example here of the work we have been doing in the last 2 years by the Agriculture Secretariat. We've done some training, nationally speaking, and all the states within the country, technicians, producers, regarding the bio-inputs and their use for soil conservation and for plant nutrition. The training was basically 10 important topics in each one of the courses. The idea was to use technical phrases for technicians to understand soil traits, emissions, risks, effects, impacts, up to even those products, organic products, that could be applied to avoid soil degradation. We had over 300 courses in in 32 states in our country. We trained more than 1,200 people. There were 10 different subjects in terms of training. We promoted also different types of mycorrhizas, mycorrhizum, where we had we could use different types of leaching products and compost as well. We know very well that when we speak about leaching and biols, there are many things to consider, but we were concerned mostly about the processes, and I spoke about the mycorrhizal inoculum.
In terms of water, we have 3 main issues. One is the reduced quantity and quality of water resources. Second, low efficiency in irrigation in agriculture. And third, the low adoption of irrigation technologies. There are approximately 140 researchers working directly or indirectly in various water topics. The red lines refer to our areas of work. For example, on the left top, we have the scenarios of climate change associated to water availability. We have alternative crops in arid and semi-arid areas where we have high drought, water stress management in crops, rainfall, water uptake, the quality of surface and underground water, and improvement of water quality. On the other hand, for our models, we use databases applied to water demands. We are already using in some areas artificial intelligence technology, integrating some algorithms for efficient use of water. These platforms are used for training as well. We have irrigation systems optimization through management and operation, pressure and surface irrigation systems, evaluation of instrument performance for soil moisture measurement, etc. In the area of climate change, very briefly, we see very clear effects of climate change with flooding in some regions. Unfortunately, the impacts are significant, not only in agricultural regions, but also in population centers. And now very quickly, in the area of remote sensing, there are several research works aimed at short and medium-term weather forecast, others focused on drought modeling, snowfall warning, evapotranspiration, and some exercises which are useful for decision-making purposes as well. One more minute. Yes, I'm about to conclude. And we have also carried out some modeling work. In the northern and central area of the country, drought is very serious. We've been modeling the impacts of climate change and how these productive areas, in the case of beans, could be moved north. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you. As the previous speaker said, there are other experts here who could answer the questions. Thank you.
I've seen quite a few commonalities already: erosion, compaction, soil carbon, specific modeling tools. So we're running about 10 minutes late. The next session, Andres Sibils from USDA Climate Hubs will be the moderator. Andres, can we start in 5 minutes? Is that possible? Okay, back in 5 minutes, everyone. Thank you so much.
So for the next speakers, I'm doing now the setting up. So you are going to be promoted to the panelist panel. So please be a little patient, but we are working on that.
A los panelistas les pido por favor aceptar la invitación para pasar al panel.
I am going to ask the panelists to accept the invite so that they can be taken to the panel. I am presenting from Dr. Ignacio's laptop. I don't know if you can see me. Now we can see you well.
So for all the speakers in the carbon panel, I'm promoting you now to the panelist panel. So please accept this invitation. And we are doing the setting ups for and testing the audio and the sharing screen.
Necesitan que deje de compartir la mía para que compartan los
You
demás.
need me to stop sharing so that the others can share? Yes, please.
Erika Nava, por favor aceptar la invitación al panel.
Erika, can you please accept the panel invite? Good morning. I am connected in a meeting room with Dr. Ignacio's laptop. So with Ignacio's laptop, does it mean that you're already connected? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Erika. Josué, is he with you, Erika? Who? Sorry? Josué Delgado. Is he with you? We need him to join the panel. No, he's not here. Okay, so I'm sending the invite to you, Josué, if you can hear me so that you can accept the invite and become a panelist.
Camino, is that? Sorry, I was going to ask if we need to wait for those further presenters, or indeed we can begin and they can join during.
So I'm trying to make sure that the whole INIFAP team is ready because it's the first team. So when we have these 4 people ready, I can do the rest in the meanwhile.
Esteban Osuna, le estamos haciendo la invitación al panel.
Esteban Osuna, we are inviting you to the panel. Will you please accept it?
Esteban Osuna, ¿nos puedes escuchar?
Esteban Osuna, can you hear me?
Josué, gracias. Si necesitas hacer
Thank you,
alguna prueba,
Josue.
igual Miguel Ángel,
If
por
you
favor, Josué,
require any
necesitas
additional
alguna prueba
tests,
de
Miguel Ángel
la
as well,
conexión
if
en
you
este
need
momento.
to
Y
check your
Esteban
screen
Osuna,
sharing
gracias.
function, you can do
¿Nos
it
puedes
now.
escuchar?
And Esteban Osuna, please, can you let us know if you hear us?
Camino, le propongo que empecemos.
Camino,
Yo me encargo de promover
I
los
think we
panels
should
y los
start,
compañeros
and I
están
will do the
Okay, here.
promotion once they are available.
That's okay. So the first group, the INIFAP team, is ready, so we can continue. Thank you all.
¿Dónde? Hola, buenos días. ¿Me escuchan?
Hello, good
Sí.
morning. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you well. Okay, we are all set here.
Les
Gracias.
pedimos, por favor, que se mantengan en el canal
We
español y hablen
will
únicamente
kindly
en
ask you
español para que
to
se pueda
stay in the
sincronizar
Spanish
nuestra
channel and so that you can speak only in Spanish for proper interpreting.
Okay, we are then, I think, set to start with part 2 of this webinar, the carbon theme. And the way that this will work is we have 3 back-to-back segments. The first will include presentations from colleagues from Mexico at INIFAP. The second segment will include presentations from colleagues at the USDA in the United States. And the third segment will include colleagues from Canada's agriculture and Agri-Food Canada, excuse me. And so the presentations within each segment will be back-to-back 40 minutes of presentations within each segment, followed by 5 minutes for questions and answers. We will have colleagues behind the scenes that will be monitoring Slido, and at the end of the presentations, we'll select 1 or 2 of your questions so that we can ask them in real time. Please remember to indicate for which speaker your question is. The introductions of speakers will be very brief. There are bios for speakers on the ProCINORTE website, so please refer to those. So anyhow, without more to do, our first speaker is Dr. Erika Navarreina, I believe. And so please, Erika, go ahead. It appears we have, all right.
Hi.
Excellent. Go ahead,
Good
Erika.
morning,
Thank you.
everyone. Bueno, yo les voy a presentar
Okay,
los
I'm going to present on the soil quality indexes and the tool for restoration practices monitoring in Mexican croplands. Soil degradation has multiple factors comprising natural processes such as wildfires or anthropogenic activities such as contamination or land use change. This leads to a degradation of the ecosystem and a decrease in soil productivity, affecting the natural balance of the entire ecosystem. Therefore, the restoration of degraded soils is one of the primary objectives according to the United Nations Sustainable Development Approach, based on the increase of the storage of soil organic carbon, as it has several involvements in the ecosystemic soil system. And that is done through the positive sea balance in the soil, minimizing losses from soil particles from the pedosphere through bioconservation, for example, strengthening the water and element cycles, and a positive sea balance in the uptake of carbon by the soil through organic amendments, for example, thus improving biodiversity. The slow response by the soil to restoration practices is the main cause for producers' desertion. They abandon their efforts in the long term because typically this is measured in terms of soil carbon storage, which takes time in being detected. So the establishment of appropriate monitoring programs within the short term on the restoration practices and their impact on vegetation and soil quality is a key factor for the continuity and expansion of management. Carbon storage is the main indicator of soil quality. However, as it takes a long time to be seen, there are other biological factors that can be monitored, such as diversity, microbial diversity and activity, in addition to quality index or the use of simulation models that allow to do a comprehensive analysis of the ecosystem. Therefore, at INIFAP, we have assessed several soil quality indicators to develop quality indexes with different management practices, including conservation agriculture, amendments incorporation, and biofertilization. Thus, several soil quality indexes, physical ones such as soil texture, aggregate stability, infiltration, porosity, bulk density, and temperature, chemical indicators such as pH, nutrients, available electrical conductivity, inorganic and organic carbon, or biological indicators such as microbial biomass, basal respiration rates, and others can be used to develop soil quality indexes reflecting the changes in the soil resulting from restoration practices and increasing the carbon storage, improving the nutrient cycle, water, the pathogen bacteria, the increase of carbon storage and other ecosystemic factors, soil structure improvement, aggregation improvement, increase of biodiversity, among many others. Therefore, biological indicators seem to be the most appropriate to monitor soil quality within the short term, given the role of microorganisms in various soil parameters such as organic matter decomposition, the elements biogeochemical cycle, their contribution to soil structure formation with proteins such as glomalin, the promotion of plant growth through different mechanisms, or the regulation of GHG emissions and their mitigation. These indicators are population of specific microbial taxa, biomass, genes, secondary metabolites, and soil enzyme activity. They can be used to monitor the changes in restoration practices. We thus evaluate the implementation of conservation management in the center region of Mexico in soils degraded by agriculture, increasing the storage of carbon explained by the enzymatic soil activity, beta-lactose and polyphenol, and this resulted in an evaluation of the soil quality to determine soil changes or conservation practices within the short term, even before seeing any change in carbon storage. Thus, the generation of locally developed quality indexes from main soil indicators is crucial to understand the ecosystem recovery and its resilience with restoration practices, and it can be a tool to monitor the efficiency of these practices within the short term. Thank you so much for your attention.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Navarrena. The next presentation is by Dr. Jose Delgado Balbuena, and so if you are ready, Jose, please go ahead and share your screen and just start whenever you like.
Buenos días. Voy a compartir.
Good morning. I'm going to share my screen.
¿Ya se puede ver?
Can you see it?
Okay, listo. Bueno,
Okay,
pues,
that's it. Okay, good morning.
Los que les voy a mostrar el día de hoy es algunos de los estudios que hemos estado.
Now I'm going to talk about some of the studies we've conducted in the arid region of the north and central region of Mexico. These are on carbon exchange, primary productivity, and land use cover change with different species on arid ecosystems here in Mexico. Very quickly, to provide some context, arid ecosystems comprise virtually half the surface area of the globe. One of its main characteristics is that the potential evapotranspiration, exceeds the rates from arid, hyper-arid, semi-arid, and dry subhumid regions. Despite this lack of humidity or water availability, they are important. Its significance is rooted in the fact that their soils store a high amount of carbon. Virtually 15% of the global carbon is in these areas. However, because of the conditions of the use given to the soil, half of them are in a process of desertification. And that is why a large amount of this soiled stored carbon has been released to the atmosphere. In addition, despite productivity is relatively low compared to other ecosystems such as tropical forests, temperate forests, relatively recent global studies showed that primary productivity is in a rising trend. A couple of studies conducted almost simultaneously have shown that though tropical ecosystems lead productivity, the lead in variability, interannual productivity, and increased primary productivity are precisely the semi-arid ecosystems. The explanation of this is perhaps the change of species that is currently taking place in several of the arid ecosystems, the encroachment of shrubs because of the use practices, and the release of carbon dioxide gases, creating a fertilization effect. Another reality of these arid areas all over the world, and in particular here in the center and north of Mexico, is that the ecosystem is no longer homogeneous, but it's a parched system given because of the different land use approaches. The land sees different changes of use. Sometimes they are used for agriculture, rain-fed agriculture, and grazing. In most of these sites or regions where use is for the community, there is an overuse, there is overgrazing, and we see a significant loss of the plant cover. And in extreme cases, we see the encroachment of exotic species or other species which, though they are native, but in natural conditions, now they are subordinate to key species. So the questions we have posed to ourselves in our task for these ecosystems, one is how much carbon these semi-arid ecosystems can sequester with these changes in land use. What is it, in addition, that controls both the uptake and the release of carbon? Which is the influence that the rainfall pattern has on soil respiration and also productivity? In addition, another management practice that has been recently recommended is the prescribed burning, which is the impact on the uptake of carbon dioxide and the release to the atmosphere resulting from these management practices. What you see here is a semi-arid grassland, approximately 2,000 meters above sea level. It is under grazing management and with prescribed burning. There was monitoring here with the eddy covariance technology. We also have this site, which is no longer operational because we had issues with accidental wildfires that resulted in equipment damage, and we've not been able to replace this equipment, so it is not in operation now. But it was for 6 years with continuous monitoring of carbon exchange, and the results we could obtain from it, we noticed a very high variability both in uptake and release of carbon. Though rainfall is one of the main factors to control this exchange, rainfall, or both annual rainfall and seasonal rainfall, are relevant. These are the main results, which show that the precipitation in the dry season is what determines the fact that the grassland becomes a carbon sink. Another method is the use of the large static chambers, which provides a larger spatial representation, larger than smaller chambers, and we can do measurement in these patch systems. So what we do is we move around our chamber and we get a full representation of the ecosystem. Another method we've been using is a large-scale monitoring with remote sensing. We had a specific interest recently on understanding the changes of productivity in a desert area throughout the years. We've noticed there was a change in productivity, so we wanted to check if in this desert there was also this change of productivity. And what we've seen is that, yes, indeed, there is a rising trend in productivity, but there is a difference. There are differences in the south where we do notice increase, and in the north, there is a net loss in productivity.
Sorry, José, you have 1 minute. Yeah.
Gracias.
1 minute.
Sí, gracias. Y pues
yes, okay, thank you. And with some potential distribution models, we were able to find that in the case of grass, they might have a future, or they might have a more restricted distribution. Well, let me conclude by expressing my gratitude to the institutions that have supported these studies, and a special mention to Dr. Tulio Arredondo Moreno, who has recently passed and who was one of the main promoters of the studies in this site. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks a lot, José. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dr. Miguel Martinez Gamino. And so, Miguel, if you are able to share your screen, please go ahead.
Okay. Bien. Buenos días a todas y a todos.
Good morning, everybody. I will share my screen now. I will talk about conservation agriculture, an alternative to regenerate soil fertility, a topic we're working on in our north of Mexico, right here with the INIFAP. I'd like to start right away to talk about this experimental lot, 28 years old. It's an excellent area in this semi-arid region to assess processes, degradation and restoration processes of soil fertility through appropriate practices in this area. And in the majority of the agricultural Mexican areas, the fallow is plus rake is how we prepare traditionally the soil. And through these 28 years in this experimental lot and in others where we've worked on in the INIFAP, we have very well documented the practice. It is beneficial in some occasions, but I must say that it's destroying the soil structure. The soil does not have the coverage of an appropriate, the protection of an appropriate cover. So if we look at the soil profile, the organic matter oxidates, and then we have all the what is used here, what is used for forage, in the stubble, etc., is basically the organic matter is really very deficient, poor, creating a compaction problem, as you can see here in this picture I'm using on screen. So over the crops cycle creates the fact that the root cannot develop properly or normally. And
sorry, could you put your slideshow in presentation mode?
Lo intenté, pero no funcionó. Bueno,
I
ahorita ya
tried. Let's see, now it's working. I'm sorry, now it's working. Thank you. And so, as I was saying, this compaction avoids root development. This is a graph where we have measured the resistance to penetration. This was in as I said earlier, in the fallow plus rake, 6,000 kilopascals, which does not enable the roots to develop properly. I'm sorry, there's a mic open, and I'm sorry about that.
Mute your microphone, please. Thank you.
Muy bien, entonces esto nos genera...
Yes, as I was saying, this implies low porosity and infiltration, and therefore it prevents the development and growth as well as productivity. So conservation agriculture and this experimental lot, which is 28 years old, enabled us to do the following. Since we are not removing the soil, the structure has improved. And if we compared the previous picture with this one, you could actually see a significant change in terms of crop development. And therefore, this is of beneficial impact. We are measuring where these two systems, especially conservation agriculture, the organic matter has increased. During these period, we're using rows of permanent crops where we have corn in spring and winter, and the fall we have the forage oat. So we are having here an increase in the organic matter when we speak about the soil profile. And this, of course, has an impact on the amount of carbon sequestration, which is one of the important points we want to impact on. In this graph down below, so first, here we have 33% of the surface that is being covered. So we've left about 1 ton, 200 kilos when measured. It's about 60 tons per hectare. What's interesting is in the soil profile, because we have all the stubble at the surface, it does not go into the soil. So what's happening to the soil profile? The root, right now, the roots have important contributions, especially in the first 5 centimeters. So this is creating a defect in an effect, which means greater root growth, greater development, more porosity, then increase in microorganisms. Now they can be quantified, and especially there is a greater capacity in carbon sequestration. Obviously, this is being reproduced with the fact that the outcome is greater productivity. 12 tons per hectare has been the yield compared to 6 tons where we really don't, where we don't have conservation agriculture practices in place. And lastly, in this presentation, I'd like to underscore that using this method, we are able to create an alternative to the recommendation by the Paris Agreement to create alternatives to promote an increase in the organic matter in 4 per 1,000. With this method, we have quantified it. We can increase more than 1% of the organic matter in the soil in our crop lines with conservation agriculture. So, and I underscore this again, this scenario in this specific lot is being considered the ideal site to validate with field information any model for carbon uptake, erosion, or even any of the other parameters or indices that could be assessed. We consider and we are considering these of importance with conservation agriculture. I was told it would be 7 minutes, my talk, so that's why I'm finished, and I thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Miguel Angel. I would like to remind everyone that Slido is open. I think Camino has provided the link in the chat for you to post your questions for speakers. Camino, is a code needed to get into Slido, or can folks just get there by clicking on the link?
They need only the link. With the link, you can post your questions. The code is only if we had a pool, but it's not the case in this occasion.
Thank you, Camino. So please, yes, please go ahead and post your questions for the speakers. Thank you. Next is Dr. Esteban Osuna Ceja. So please go ahead, Esteban.
Sí. Muchas gracias. Buenos días a todos.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. I would show you our experiences in our region, the center region, as well as in the Pabellón experimental field. The idea is to have sustainable production, especially in arid areas, trying to develop regenerative agriculture. This is part of the issues, the problem that my colleagues have already mentioned in their talks. So I would say that because of the accelerated natural resource deterioration in arid and semi-arid areas, one of the important causes has been the management of production systems, both high input ones, technology, those of low cost, etc. Obviously, and unfortunately, this has led to soil degradation, water, both natural vegetation and the environment. Thus, the Institute, through the research body, has promoted and urges to look for alternatives to change production technology. This change required research, of course, on basic processes that can use or be used to develop technology and be adapted by producers, who in turn must increase productivity with these systems. So one of the goals of the Institute's goal of this agricultural, forest, agricultural, and livestock and research institute is to develop production systems that are sustainable and support their subsistence. That's why the importance to change conventional agriculture and implement an alternative to enable us to tap into the limited resources in arid and semi-arid areas and develop sustainable and resilient agriculture practices. So Therefore, we looked for alternatives, enabling to face these severe soil degradation conditions in the arid and semi-arid areas of our country. So over time, we have assessed different components, technology components that are focused, at least some of them, and individually assessed as well, the practices of soil conservation, specifically looking to reduce the severe problems mentioned by the previous speaker, especially when we talk about the work to be done, which means doing different types of raking and using tilling, vertical tilling. In other words, to try to work on the soil without having to reverse it. In other words, another component or practice where we've tried to streamline and to assess efficiency is basically when we talk about in situ uptake of rainfall. I mean, these are areas where rainfalls are really erratic, they're scarce, and we will find it during the seeding system. The amounts are between 200 to 300 milliliters of water. So that's why it's so important to create some practices and to assess them, see how efficient they are, and do so specifically for each one. Another important component is we sought for a design of some agricultural input to enable this tilling practices, vertical tilling, but also enable us to integrate other practices like the case of the rainfall uptake and maybe in just one operation to use to make effective changes. Another important thing that was sought for is to streamline agriculture using, of course, the different type of sowers, planters, according to the arid and semi-arid areas. The importance in the center and north of Mexico shows an agriculture that is a subsistence. It doesn't go beyond, like in the case of beans and corn. We can think about 500, 600 kilos in the case of kidney beans and 200 to 300 in the case of corn under these conditions, weather conditions. The soils are unprotected precisely because of the action of the rainfall, because the type of rain we have in this area is high intensity and short duration. Therefore, one of the concerns has been to look for the ways in which we can actually maintain the soils covered during the period of rainfalls or the development of agriculture. So we designed these types of planters, as we see here, to allow us to seed high densities of crops, to protect them, to cover, to produce a cover as soon as possible to protect the soil. So, but these planters have also been designed to develop in turn other practices like inside to water uptake with rugged surface on the seed bed and contours for water containment towards these sides then of the bed plants. So this is important to bear in mind and to take care of the soil, because the impact of the energy of that rainfall causes serious problems. The idea was to find alternatives with these containment devices using the natural air vegetation of the area to create those containments to enable us, and through conservation practices, to retain the water in the soil and efficiently tap into the resources. In addition, what's important is following, of course, the principles of traditional agriculture. The idea is to look for crop rotation systems, which enabled us to create these quick covers, but also interesting responses. I mean, when we speak about production demand or production outcome for the benefit of the producers and farmers. So in this graph, I can show you some of the aspects achieved with these types of seedings, both in crops like kidney beans or sunflower, corn, sorghum, and canola. Another practice, which is so important, and we've also tried to look into, well, how we can actually fertilize, or how to fertilize the soil better, because the agriculture I'm speaking of, I mean, the producer does not really apply any fertilizer, any chemical fertilizer of any nature. So the idea is to look for some other contributions or organic matter, or work with different types of mycorrhizal inoculum or rhizobium in order to maybe assist the crops and to nurture those crops appropriately. So all these components and elements were assessed in an isolated fashion, but we were able to integrate them into a production model to implement, once again, all these components. The idea was to develop sustainable agriculture and agricultural practices. Of course, the forage production is very high and the demand is very high indeed in this particular area, because the producer, although they are subsistence producers, they manage other types of minor cattle, sheep, goats, and maybe one or two or three animals. That's basically it. So the production of forage. So this production has enabled us to create a system looking for integration at a functional level, a production unit level. The agricultural, livestock, and forestry components has a goal of improving and preserving the resources and increase productivity. We believe it's a sustainable production model, and it could complement the efforts to restore agricultural degraded lands or soil and implement and develop them into a regenerative agriculture. We believe this is a scheme that can offer the producer the possibility of using and producing their lands that are really, really very deteriorated. So this is what I wanted to share with you. I thank you so much for your attention, and therefore we are available for any comments or any question. Thank you.
We have time perhaps for one or two questions. Erica, I think you are our question moderator here. Is that right? Do you want to pick one and ask it? I think we'll do one, and then we'll move on to the next segment.
Okay. Here is a question for Dr. Miguel Ángel. ¿Podría, por favor, repetir qué método de agricultura de conservación?
Could you please repeat with which method of conservation agriculture you're using in the experimental plot? The method is zero tillage, crop rotation, and leaving 1.3 ton of corn fallow residue every year. Zero or no till, no till. Thank you. There's another question for Josué Delgado. The question is whether the eddy covariance data is currently being used in the models for the systems you are studying.
Josué, I think probably stepped away from the microphone. All right.
Doctor Josué.
Go ahead,
Hola.
Josué.
Hi.
Adelante.
Perdón,
Sorry. Can you please repeat the question? Because I had to leave. I'm driving, actually. Well, the question is whether the eddy covariance data are being used nowadays to model the systems you're studying. At present, we've been involved in other projects, but I'm not currently using the data myself for modeling. We have nevertheless been working with other groups that have used the data to parameterize or check the proper operation of satellite products. And there is another study with another colleague as well on set of the GPP modeling on different sites. So those are instances where this data are also being used. That's all. Thank you. Thank you. And there is another question for you as well. Is it possible to develop carbon maps with standardized methodology and at the same scale in the 3 countries? Yes. We currently have all satellite products, or we are using satellite products. Yes, it is possible, yes. We have actually collaborations with the National Lab of Remote Sensing Modeling. They have several products or outputs, such as soil carbon and other outputs. So yes, with the collaboration of the lab, yes, it is possible to do the study, right? With for the standardization of the 3 countries. So thank you, Doctor. These are the 3 questions.
As well for those answers. And so, excellent. So with this, we'll move on to the second segment that will feature our USDA colleagues, researchers. And so the first presentation is by Dr. Hiro Golani. And so Hiro, please go ahead if you'd like to share your screen and then mute. It's all yours.
Share the screen.
Yes, you should be able to do that, Hiro, I think.
How? I am trying.
Oh,
Share
okay.
the screen.
Yeah,
So
in the menu of the bottom,
yes,
you are be able to see a logo that says share a screen.
I have done that.
Okay.
Okay. Do you see my presentation?
Not yet.
And so what should I do?
So if you want, I can, if you give me some seconds, I can share for you, okay?
That will be great. Thank you.
Yes.
It seems it's not working.
So don't worry.
Can you see it now?
Yes, we can see a slide. It is not okay. Now that's great. Yes.
Okay, great. So it's in focus.
So the presentation is already in the screen. The attendees can see it. So just let me know when you need to change the slide, please.
Oh, so I will let you know. I should say next or something.
Exactly. Yeah, please.
Okay, so this is not the first slide I see. Okay, that's the first slide. All right. So maybe I have to change my position. Can you hear me without microphone? I'm a headphone.
Yes, we can hear you well, Hiro. Yes.
Okay, then I don't use that. One less thing to play with.
Hiro, can you see the slide that Camino put on that's sharing on the screen? Can you see that? Are you able to
Yes.
see what's? Okay, so just go ahead, and whenever you need Camino to switch to the next slide, just let her know. But please just go ahead. Yep.
Okay, just 1 second. Good morning. Thank you for the invitation to speak on the activity of USDA Carbon Research Group of the Global Research Alliance using the Squasher model. First, I will introduce you to the Squasher model, which was developed at our research center. Next, please. Predicted long-term effects of management practice and climate change on soil organic carbon to estimate benefits of the management practice. I will describe the model. Next, please. I will describe the model and present few simulation results. Next, and finally, conclusion. Next, Squasher is a process-based model. The plant residue or amendment placed in the soil decomposition occurred in 2 phases. In phase 1, it's a rapid phase covering the first 1,000 cumulative degree days, approximating the oxidation of readily metabolized substrate. In phase 2, next, please. In phase 2, it's a slow decomposition phase representing oxidation of more recalcitrant materials. Crop residue and organic amendment are recognized by their placement in the soil, and their identity are maintained during the 2-phase decomposition. Next, please. After 15,000 cumulative degree day, the composted residue is transferred to the stable soil organic matter pool. Next, please. The model was calibrated using information from 6 long-term experiments across North America. Next, please. from Alberta in Canada to Florence in South Carolina in the United States. Next, please. The model was validated with data from 13 agriculture sites from diverse climate, soil texture, and drainage classes at 30 agriculture sites, results in a very significant linear relationship with R-square of 95%. Next, please. Squasher can be used to predict changes in soil organic matter or soil organic carbon under various crop residue management system or residue removal, tillage, crop rotation, and climate change. Next, please. We simulated soil organic carbon for a farm site in Goiás, Brazil. As you can see from the slide, we looked at the dynamic of the two integrated, next please, two integrated crop livestock system in paddock 4, which is started in 2000, and paddock 5, please change. Paddock 5 started in 2001 after deforestation in 1970. Change, please. Series of different cropping system in this region. In paddock 5, next, please. In paddock 5, predicted, next, please. In paddock 5, the soil organic carbon increase at a rate of 0.6 megagram per hectare when cropping cycle followed by short pasture period of 3.5. Next, please. In paddock 4, the predicted soil organic carbon increased at 0.9 megagram per hectare. Next, please. And that was due to, next, please. That was due to more time in the pasture phase, which was about more than 3.5 years to 4.5 years. Next, please. We looked at influence at Pendleton. We looked at the influence of several cropping systems to identify best practice to maintain or enhance soil organic carbon by mid-century. Next, please. Continuous winter wheat under no-till was the best management to increase soil organic carbon. Next, please. Followed by winter wheat, sorghum Sudan cover crop, which could be maintaining soil organic carbon. Next, please. Next, please. Sudan grass maintained. We looked at the influence of tillage, manure, cover cropping, and corn stover removal in typical dairy forage or grain, corn, soybean in Pennsylvania. As you can see from next, please. The dairy forage, no-till manure with or without cover crop had the best carbon Next was the corn soybean under Nortel. I will be covering a little bit about the RCP 8.5, which represent concentration, assuming the greenhouse gas emission continue at the current rate through 2000, through 200 or by the end of the century. Next, please. In this system also, it was at Pennsylvania, and we predicted to the end of century. Next, please. Still, we had dairy manure with or without cover crop increased. And also in the under the note. Next, please. Under corn soybean, we lost soil organic carbon, and under corn soybean with under Nortel, with stover removal, also we lost soil organic carbon, even under Nortel. Next, please. And in conclusion, response of soil organic carbon to climate change were affected by local climate, agroecosystem production type, adiabatic property, and level of the soil conservation practices, including pasture in Brazil and cover crop under Nortel, native grass, or alfalfa improves soil organic carbon. Next, weeds follow under Nortel cannot sustain soil organic carbon under projected climate change. However, winter wheat after winter wheat and winter wheat after winter wheat with the sorghum Sudan cover under Nortel maintained soil organic carbon under Mediterranean climate. Dairy forage under Nortel with or without manure are more resilient practice than the grain, corn, soybean, or dry land rice. Organic inputs such as manure with high recalcitrant carbon content are a strategy for maintaining or increasing soil organic carbon and improving resiliency of agroecosystem under projected end of the century climate change. Thank you for your attention. I'd like to acknowledge my colleagues who worked on this question model. Next, please. Thank you. If you have any question, please let me know if I can be of any help.
Thank you, Hero. Thanks a
You're
lot.
welcome. Yeah. Any?
Very good. Yes, you. That's good. There may be questions at the end of this segment, Hero. Yes.
Okay.
We will
Thank
keep
you.
going. We'll keep going with the presentations now. Yep.
Okay.
So next up is Dr. John Baker. And so, John, if you'd like to share your screen and start, please go ahead.
All right. You seeing my screen?
We can see a shared screen, but not the presentation.
Well, let me bring that up.
Now we see your slide.
And just trying to get behind here to start the slide presentation.
All right.
It's hidden by the by the Zoom block, and I can't seem to get rid of that. Let's see here.
Yeah, maybe you need to turn it over.
Maybe you can go to the slideshow in your menu.
Yeah, that's hidden by
a little bit further down, John.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, there you go.
There we go. Okay. All right, you're seeing that now?
Yes, perfect.
Okay. Well, thanks for the invitation to speak today. It's a pleasure to be here. And I want to talk about a project that we are just now beginning to undertake under the Inflation Reduction Act. It's a 7-year project funded through NRCS. And I'd like to acknowledge my co-author on this presentation, Dr. Tim Griffiths, the University of Minnesota. Let's see. Now I'm having trouble advancing. Oh, wait a minute. Where are we here? Can't get this slide to advance. There we go. Okay. So the specific objectives of this Tall Tower Network project are to provide accurate measurements at 100-meter height of the concentrations of nitrous oxide, methane, and carbon dioxide from radio towers located across major agricultural regions in the U.S. where most of the nitrogen fertilizer is applied and a lot of the animal agriculture is. And our goal here is to provide top-down data from the atmosphere, highly accurate concentration data at multiple points for improving our bottom-up models of emissions, particularly of nitrous oxide, but also methane. And to also use these data to identify what we call emission hotspots, areas where there's large emission of these gases that we may not be aware of yet, and also what we call hot moments. And those are points in time when we have large emissions. And one example is during spring snowmelt, when we often see large emissions of nitrous oxide. And then finally, these data will allow us to track our progress over the next 7 years in reducing overall emissions from agriculture. So what we're establishing here is a network of radio tower installations modeled after the KCMP Observatory in Minnesota, where we have been measuring trace gases actually for the past 15 years, pulling air from different levels on the radio tower that you see at the right down to the base. And inside the base of the tower, we have had a variety of gas analyzers installed. And one of the keys here that you see in the lower corner are the tanks of standard gases or span gases and zero gases that allow us to frequently check the calibration of these analyzers and maintain maximum accuracy with them. So how does this fit in the overall framework of the Inflation Reduction Act? There's going to be a lot of emphasis and a lot of effort placed on field scale and plot scale testing of various management systems and treatment effects. And that's what you see on the left here with eddy covariance towers, chamber measurements. These data on specific practices will be fed into models of emission from the land surface, an example of which you see in the middle here. This is output from a nitrous oxide model, and you see the identified or predicted areas of primary emission coinciding very well with where corn and soybeans are produced in the United States because of the preponderance of nitrogen fertilizer that's used there, and also the heavy amount of biological nitrogen fixation. So these models can be aggregated to produce emission estimates for regional or continental scales, but how good are they? We have no really good way of assessing that right now, and that's where the tall tower data come in, because we use these to measure concentrations of these gases at specific points in the continent, and those can be used to test the accuracy of the models. And this kind of schematically shows how this works. So we have emissions model that that is predicting emissions from each land use type and each field. In fact, we have a tower footprint model that identifies which fields are contributing to air mass that's measured at the tower. And we have an atmospheric transport model that propagates those forward to estimate what concentration we should see at a particular radio tower. And if there's a large, if there's a large discrepancy, we can modify the emission factors, modify the model until we get better agreement between the two. And this is not pie in the sky, so to speak. We've done this for a number of years with various gases, and there's published information on this. But this all applies to just the footprint area around our one tower in Minnesota. So it's about a 100-kilometer region around there. What we want is a better picture of what's happening at continental scale. And so that's where we're going next with the network that we're building out. And here's an example here, a map showing it. And KCMP is our existing radio tower. We're adding one far western Minnesota, KRSU. WBI is a tower in eastern Iowa that's, excuse me, maintained by NOAA. They only measure CO2 there, so they're going to be hosting our nitrous and methane analyzers, so we'll be adding those as well at that site. This tower, WILL, is University of Illinois Tower. It's outside Urbana, Illinois, right in the heart of the Corn Belt. KXEO down here in Missouri is located near our Columbia, Missouri ARS location. And then KAIT that you see down here in the bottom, it's outside the Corn Belt, but it's smack in the middle of what I would call the Rice Belt. And rice has been implicated as another primary source of nitrous oxide. So this is the network that we'll be working with. And we're in the process now of we've been evaluating analyzers and choosing optimal analyzers for this particular project, and we'll soon be ordering those. This is an example of some of the data that will be used for the bottom-up models. This shows, let me go backwards. This shows land use types on a field-by-field basis within the footprint of the tower that will be located in Illinois. And for those of you who can't see the legend, yellow is corn and green is soybeans. So you can see that this is just solid corn and soybeans. And those of you who know Central Illinois realize this is quite flat, quite fertile. This is the site in Eastern Illinois, again, dominated by corn and soybeans. A little more relief here, incised river valleys, but otherwise, again, in the heart of the Corn Belt. We move further north to our KCMP radio tower. The interesting thing here is that when we have winds from the north and northwest, what we're seeing is entirely urban from the Twin Cities, Minneapolis and St. Paul metro area. So we have a beautiful contrast between what's produced in urban areas and what's produced when the winds are coming out of the west and south from, again, primary corn, soybean country. And then if we move further west to our site out in western Minnesota, again, dominated by corn and soybeans, the important difference here are these large black dots. Each one of these is a confined dairy with more than 10,000 animals. And the smaller black dots are, again, confined dairies with between 1,000 and 10,000 cows. So this tower sees an area with over 100,000 dairy animals. So we expect to see a substantial difference in methane signals depending on the direction of the wind here. And then if we look further out, sort of the view from space of the whole continent, wanted to point out, you see the existing IRA tower locations. There's a potential Canadian collaborating site where our colleague, Claudia Wagner-Riddle, has submitted a grant application to establish a tall tower in the wheat belt in southern Saskatchewan. That if it is funded and she's able to get it implemented, they'll be using the same procedures and collecting the same sort of data. And so we'll be able to work in common with them. So we'll be seeing data from wheat, from corn, soy country, and from rice country. So with that, I'll just close by mentioning the site collaborators in Illinois, Carl Bernacki and Lisa Ainsworth of ARS, and Zhangji Yu from the University of Illinois. Arlen Andrews and her NOAA trace gas people will be working with us in Iowa. Adam Schreiner McGraw of USDA ARS and Jeff Wood of the University of Missouri working in Columbia. Michelle Reba in Jonesboro, and we hope Claudia is able to join us as well. And with that, I'll close, and if there's time, take a question.
Thank you, John. There are questions popping up on Slido, and so you might get one at the end of this segment.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes. Very good. Our next speaker, USDA speaker, is Dr. Russ Scott. And so, Russ, please, if you're able to share your screen, excellent. Please go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We can hear you.
Let me just let's see my give me a second here. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for coming. Today I'm going to be kind of shifting our focus from the Midwest corn and soybeans to more dry land or rangeland environments of the arid dry lands of the Southwest U.S. and Northwest Mexico. And this talk really kind of speaks to the value of collaboration of people doing local or regional site work, and then how that can be used to bring together in collaboration groups to paint a better regional picture of things if we share the data. Next slide, please. Okay, so whoops, did it advance? Yeah, okay. So we all know the value of looking at water exchanges between the land and atmosphere in dryland regions, because so much of the water, the precip that comes, returns back to the atmosphere. But also, you might not know that carbon dioxide is also an important flux in drylands. When we look at some of these global scale studies, for example, the one here on the right with Ben Poulter, pointing out that the record land carbon sink in 2011 was mainly due to attributed to large uptake in say much of the arid lands of Australia. And then further work by Ahlstrom and so on has looked at the land carbon sink and what is driving the mean, the trend, and the interannual variability. And then looking at regions here in red, semi-arid regions, we see that both the interannual variability and the trend in the land carbon sink are due to semi-arid regions or dryland regions. So most of these global scale studies rely upon biospheric models. They rely upon remote sensing data, regression models, but really a lot of dryland flux measurements have been lacking in terms of verification of using measurements. And so when I talk about fluxes, I talk about there's this breathing of the biosphere, using flux towers or eddy covariance towers to do this. And what it allows us to do is to look at these exchanges of both water, energy, and carbon, and we know they're all linked through evaporation or a transpiration from the canopies. As precipitation comes in, it returns in forms of evaporation. That also is a major driver of the land energy balance. And then also at the same time that water is going back to the atmosphere, also carbon dioxide is being taken in by the ecosystem through plants, photosynthesis, and then that can be returned back to the ecosystem through respiration. Just to give you an example of what these time series looks like at one site, this is a site here in the borderlands of Arizona. It's a savanna site. I'm showing annual fluxes of precipitation. So these are cumulative amounts of precipitation. And you can see this huge range of both net carbon uptake for the year and carbon release, depending on the amount of precipitation that comes. Generally, lower than average precipitation years results in carbon loss. Greater than average precipitation years lead to greater carbon uptake. And so this really points to this variability really points to the need for long-term measurements, because you can't just measure for a few years and think you're understanding what the mean behavior is at these things. And it's also important for, as we go forward with things like climate change, weather weirding, and so on, that we keep these systems going so we can have a context at which to understand the current climate. So this is just showing some results of what we can do when we put all this data together from eddy flux sites throughout the region. Here I'm looking at Northwest Mexico and Southwest United States. We pulled together about 30 sites at that time, and then about 4 to 10 years of data per site. There's 170 site years of data. And you can see that spans kind of a range of sites from mean annual precipitation of 100 millimeters all the way up to about 800 millimeters of precip. And this is a work that my postdoc at the time, Joel Biederman, led a lot of that work. And just showing some of the results of that work, this is basically plotting the mean net ecosystem production or net carbon uptake by the sites across this region. And you can see that we had a wide range of both sites with persistent sources of carbon dioxide flux to the atmosphere here on the left-hand side, to persistent sinks on the right-hand side, and then a lot of sites with low mean values, but high variability and again, that kind of pivoting of that carbon balance between carbon uptake and carbon loss, which Josue Delgado also showed at his site, that kind of pivoting. And then, so we also found, that basically, just this wide range of behavior here. And if we, again, looking at the interannual variability across sites, we can look at the coefficient of variation of ET, coefficient of variation of gross ecosystem production or photosynthesis, and coefficient of variation of ecosystem respiration. And we can see that plotted along the gradient of mean annual ET at the site as a measure of water availability, we can see that drier sites have much higher relative variability in the fluxes, both water and carbon. And then that's about 2 to 3 times higher than it is at more mesic sites. And that's probably because, the limiting ingredient, if you will, of carbon exchanges is water, and that is much more variable than the limiting ingredient of wetter sites, where maybe lights and nutrients have more control on those fluxes. We've also found that currently used models, both satellite models, here I'm just plotting MODIS photosynthesis or GEP versus the tower data. And here all the black lines are fit to the interannual, to the annual data collected at each one of those 30 sites. And you can see that the slope lines are showing that the MODIS really underrepresents the variability seen in the flux measurements from year to year. So in fact, if you put it all together, the temporal slope is about 0.3 or 1/3 the variability seen in the flux tower measurements. So MODIS the satellite measurements are really underestimating the variability, and but whereas the red line, that's fit to the site means, that's getting the spatial variability pretty well across the region, but not doing well at the year-to-year variability. The same with currently used models. This is just an example from the community land model, but Natasha McBean in her paper also looked at all the different models composed in the Trendy data set and showed very similar relationships, where basically model NEP was just flat, and whereas the tower NEP from year to year much more variable. So these models are just showing very low variability that is just just not capturing what the dynamics of things that are going on here in these systems. Some follow-up work by Natasha as well as Mahmoud have shown that soil moisture stress, hydrology, and phenology are generally poorly represented in these models. And a lot of times these model parameters are really uncalibrated when it comes to comparing with observations. So just to conclude with this work, I'm just going to show just, we're the best thing we can do with this flux data is, can we make these, we've really identified some deficiencies with the models, both remote sensing and the land surface models. Let's improve these things using the data sets that we've collected to really make these things better and functioning better, and we can have more trust in our assessments. So we've shown that both calibration of these models can be really important to improving their estimates of interannual variability. We've also found that improving the hydrology in the model, the way that soil moisture is available to the ecosystem, is really important to improving that model. We've found that we can use these estimates to upscale using both distributed meteorological data as well as satellite data. We can use machine learning models to upscale these flux tower data to regional assessments. And then we can use these regional assessments to look at certain events like the 2020 U.S. Southwest hot drought, which was very severe, and just looking at the impacts on the carbon cycling due to that. So just in conclusion, I just want to say that data sharing networks for these flux tower or ecosystem flux measurements is really enabling new science, and it allows us to do both our regional or local site work as well as contributing to all kinds of uses of the data that we couldn't even really imagine and that people are using. And many of my sites shared through Ameriflux and so on, the data has been downloaded like 5,000 to 10,000 times in the last 10 years or so. So a lot of data usage and a lot of publications have resulted because of that. So these flux tower networks are growing. Here's an example of the sites in North America. For Ameriflux, Mexico is also organizing its own flux group called MexFlux. We hope that they will also participate in Ameriflux. Many of them do as well. So really the benefits of these measurements can be used by many people throughout the world. So I think that's about it for me, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Russ. Thanks a lot. Just a reminder to everybody, if you have questions, please enter them into Slido. And last in this segment are Drs. Adam Chambers and Barbara Bennett. So Adam, if you would like to share your screen, please just go ahead.
Thank you, Andres. Does that work?
I can see your screen, but it's still not in presentation mode.
Okay. Let's see, we have presentation mode on my side. Let's see.
Now, yes, that's great.
Okay, well, thank you, everyone. I may be encountering a delay, so I'm going to go ahead and move the slides forward as I speak. I'm going to co-present with Barbara Bennett. And you heard at the very beginning of our presentation, or of the day's events, from Dr. Marlon Eve. Marlon referenced a couple things that are very important. He referenced the fact that we have these climate hubs, and Barbara is with one of the climate hubs. So she's going to talk to us a little bit about the climate hub, the International Climate Hub, and the work that they're doing. I'm by training more I spend more of my time, if you might, working on the applied sciences. So I work for the Natural Resources Conservation Service, and we are about working with farmers, ranchers, and private forest landowners to deliver these climate solutions. We've heard today a lot of references to the IRA, or the Inflation Reduction Act. That money came to my agency, the Natural Resources Conservation Service, in the amount from Congress, with the signature of the president, in the amount of $300 million for science to improve our quantification work that I'll speak about, at $300 million for that. On the flip side, we got $19.5 billion to deliver the applied sciences with farmers and ranchers, to deliver the climate solutions. So let's see. Make sure I'm not seeing myself there. So we're the first generations to fully understand the problem of climate change, and the last with the ability to solve it. We all know that, and we have spent many years working in that context. A peer of ours who works with us very closely, Miss Amy Swan at Colorado State University, generated this slide, which says essentially every farm, every ranch, it has a different profile of greenhouse gas emissions. We've got those 3 greenhouse gases that we're focused on with the ag sector. That's carbon dioxide, nitrous oxide, and methane. And we're looking for intervention opportunities in the nitrogen cycle and the carbon cycle. So this is really the slide that tells us where we want to work. Let me give you a little bit of historic context in the way that we have worked with the COMET tools in particular. And we have the COMET tools developed for the continental United States. Within these tools, because we all understand, and there have been some great presentations today on soil organic matter and soil carbon and building soil carbon stocks. So within the COMET tools, we ask the user a lot of questions about their historic management. We ask them questions about their historic management all the way back to the 1980s, and that's to build the either degradation curve or the accretion curve, the building of soil organic matter over time. So we then project that out and linearly in the COMET tools as our business as usual scenario. And we only project 10 years in using these tools because we know the climate's changing. We've seen references to RCP 4.5, RCP 8.5 earlier today. We don't know how much emissions we're going to reduce as a species going into the atmosphere. So we only work in the next decade. So we project a business as usual scenario out for the next decade. Then we may intervene with the farmer or rancher and put in an implementation of a conservation practice, what we call climate smart conservation practices. So these are practices that can expend that $19.5 billion that we have, meanwhile trying to leverage the science. And that's going to provide us with our average carbon sequestration or emission reduction over the next 10 years. And then we just annualize that within the COMET model. And again, we're working on a decision support model to help farmers and ranchers be part of the climate solution. Now, the tools are agnostic. They can also look at emissions and the average emissions over time. So the COMET tools, this is the COMET farm tool in particular, it just looks at emissions or carbon sequestration and emission reductions over time. So that's the COMET farm tool. We have a bunch of calculation methodologies, and I want to definitely tip my hat to Marlon Eve, who opened up the session because he shepherded this tool or this document. It's about a 600-page document of the best science in the United States on how to quantify greenhouse gas fluxes at the entity level. And Marlon was the shepherd of many scientific groups and delivered this large volume back in 2014. We at USDA have a new book. This is we call this the Blue Book, or this is our methods report. This also serves as a scientific spine of the COMET farm tool. Now, we're expecting that new publication of this tool any day now, and it's finalized, and it will be coming out within this month. So just know that all of the USDA quantification methodologies, kind of the best compilation of science that we have to date, will be published this month. That provides all the science that we've heard from the great scientists at USDA and all the new emerging science that everybody's working on to be in the next Blue Book. And so we'll hopefully bring that science together and publish that. And again, this Blue Book serves as the scientific spine of the COMET farm tool, which then provides our scientific documentation for the tool as well. So we've got these two tools. We've got the COMET Planner tool, and we've got the COMET Farm tool. I've talked about the COMET Farm tool and the science behind it. It's actually kind of the father or grandfather of the COMET Planner tool because we use something called a meta modeling analysis. And remember, our target audience in all of this work is a farmer, is a rancher, and we're trying to bring to them the science so that they can make decisions. Hopefully they'll make conservation decisions that are climate smart as well. But what we want to do is avail them with the best science possible in a compilation in the United States. So we've got these two tools, COMET Farm being a very extensive, very data hungry tool, COMET Planner being a very quick planning tool for the farmers and ranchers. The other thing that we have going with the COMET Farm tool is it's consistent with our national inventory. So our national greenhouse gas inventory utilizes the same methodologies that we utilize in the COMET Farm tool and the same modeling background. So I am short on time today, so I just wanted to take you through the COMET Farm tool. You have to go through the tool and put a lot of user inputs into the tool, but you can see in this slide that it provides a very extensive, detailed result. The detailed result of the fluxes compared to that baseline. So in the scenarios that we have here, we have a no-till scenario versus a baseline of a tillage scenario. And we can look at that across croplands, pasture lands, rangelands, orchards, vineyards, livestock systems, forestry, and agroforestry systems. So pretty much all the systems that were up in that cartoon graphic that I mentioned earlier about all the emission sources and sinks on a farm or ranch, they can be calculated in the COMET Farm tool. We also present histograms of the uncertainty, and in that Blue Book that I mentioned earlier, it's going to have new uncertainty quantification methodologies that we'll also adhere to in the COMET Farm tool. So we've kind of got science all the way through to user interface and farmer rancher interface with our tools. And remember, we've got about $19.5 billion that we can deploy with farmers and ranchers to really lean on in individually in by the farm, by the ranch, to reduce the carbon footprint of those farms and ranches over time. Then we have
Adam,
this COMET Planner tool.
So, sorry, Adam.
COMET Planner.
Adam, sorry to interrupt. We have about a minute left. Yes.
Okay. The COMET Planner tool is a very quick baseline scenario. We assume the baseline scenario, implement a conservation practice, and then go to that conservation practice. So this is a farmer or our farmer user interface tool. But I want to turn now to Barbara. Barbara, we have just a minute. Could we talk about the COMET Planner global tool? And you could give us a little bit of overview on that tool.
Sure. Thanks, Adam. I'll try to do it in a minute. As Adam mentioned, I'm Barbara Bennett with the International Climate Hub, and we have now developed an international version of the COMET tools. So this is COMET Planner Global. You'll see the United States is grayed out because you won't access information on the United States in this tool. This is meant for international farmers and ranchers. Next slide, Adam, if you could. So this tool, It's simple because it's based on the information we have available. So it's based on IPPC Tier 1 methodologies. It uses the same platform as Comet Planner, but it is a little more basic, obviously, because it's the data and information we have available to us. But like the other Comet tools, they're very simple. They're with pictures and things you can check off. What are your conservation practices? What kind of a farmer are you? And the tool currently spits out the soil carbon sequestration based on what you've checked off as your practices and the hectares that you're applying that to. So next slide, Adam. The real point of my participation here in today's event is because we are building this tool out, incredibly so, actually. We're adding a whole bunch of new greenhouse gas source categories, so it will finally reflect kind of the full array of agricultural practices, or as much as we can. We're adding methane and soil nitrous oxide. And most excitingly, we really want to work with a few partner nations to build this out so that we can move it from Tier 1 to Tier 2 methodologies and data. The idea here is, we want to create an infrastructure by working with a few countries that actually inspires others to join us. It'll be great for the partner nations because they then have this tool that is very usable for their own farmers and ranchers. And then we've created something that already exists so that we can get others to join in on this. And this is just an effort. It was music to my ears to hear Anne-Marie Chapman talk about wanting to work together across North America on standardized methodologies, on standardized measurements. And this is a practical way to do that. So just sort of a call and a plea. I'd love to work with both countries on this. And then finally, we're going to be trying to add in the future some degree of country level analysis. So a country policymaker could actually use the tool as well and say, if let's say I select my country and I select a few practices, I could figure out on a country level what would be the broad impact. I won't go over this. You'll have my slides, but if folks do want to work with us, there are a few things that we would need, and so I won't go over them. But very excited and hope that others are inspired to work with us on this. Thank you.
Great, and thanks. And I appreciate we went over time just a little bit, and I started with this slide. We are the first to understand the problem and the last with the ability to solve it. But I also think we are the first with the tools to solve the problem. Thank you all, and I'm sorry for the slight overrun on time.
Thank you, Adam, and thank you, Barbara. We are running late here, running behind, so we're going to skip the Q&A session. I want to remind the speakers and folks in the audience that you can post your questions on Slido, and the speakers will go in and respond, will provide answers to your questions. So in the interest of time, we're going to keep moving forward, and we will move into the last segment of our carbon theme, and that will feature colleagues from Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada. And we have Mervyn St. Luce and Hongyi Zhang and Judith Niarenza presenting the work of AAFC. So colleagues, please go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Can you see the slide?
And I can see your slide as well.
Is it in the full screen presentation mode?
It is, yes.
Okay, thank you. Well, good day, everyone. And on behalf of my co-authors here, co-presenters, I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting us. So I'll be presenting with Hongyi Zhang and Judith Niarenza. And our topic is management practices to enhance soil carbon sequestration in Canadian agri-ecosystems. Okay, let me see. All right, so just wanted to give everyone some context as to where we are located in Canada. So Hongyi and myself, Mervyn, we are in Saskatchewan, southwest Saskatchewan, a few hours drive from the US border. Our station is Swift Current Research and Development Center, and Judith Nairaneza is located in Prince Edward Island in Eastern Canada. So we have basically different contexts based on the climate and cropping systems in those areas. Okay, so two of the major practices that have led to increasing soil carbon sequestration in Canada is the adoption of no-till and reduction in summer fallow. So this graph here shows over time the increase in no-till, especially in the prairie provinces of Saskatchewan and Alberta. So this is basically driving the adoption across Canada as a whole. And then you can also see the reduction in summer fallow. So the percentage of land on the summer fallow has been gradually reducing over time. And again, mostly driven by the prairie provinces of Alberta and Saskatchewan. And we know the reasons why summer fallow was used. One reason was for moisture conservation. But we can see with adoption of no-till, summer fallow has been reducing significantly. So what has this adoption of no-till and reduction in summer fallow led to? We can see here in the prairie provinces, we can see the change in soil organic carbon due to changes in tillage and summer fallow. So it's much more a higher increase in soil organic carbon change in the prairie provinces compared to Eastern Canada. And this is due to the reduction in summer fallow, particularly an adoption of no-till. Now, in the Eastern Canada, the changes are mostly due to a switch between annual and perennial to perennial cropping systems. In Eastern Canada, most of the cropping systems are corn, soybean, while in prairie provinces, we have more of the wheat and canola and pulse crops grown. So I'll just focus now on the prairies. Judith will speak on Eastern Canada when she starts speaking. So in the prairies, historically, the system was mostly till summer fallow and cereal based, mostly wheat. And we know of the negative impacts of this practice. But due to the technological improvements, new varieties, sort of more options for weed control, no-till has significantly increased and concurrently with continuous cropping. And now we are also moving towards diversified cropping systems, so increasing oil seeds, so canola for one example, and pulses, especially peas and lentils in the prairies, and soybeans in Eastern Canada and the wetter regions of Western Canada. Some of the practices and systems that we have currently, especially in Western Canada and the prairies, a series of long-term experiments. There are also other long-term experiments in Eastern Canada, but here I've just highlighted a few sites in the three prairie provinces. So there are a few long-term experiments in Lethbridge, Alberta, a few in Swift Current, Saskatchewan, and one in Indian Head, Saskatchewan. Some of these experiments go back to 1910, and they have been continuous since. So they have given us the ability to look at the impact of climate change and changes in management practice on productivity, sustainability, and carbon sequestration. So I'll just briefly talk about one of those experiments in Swift Current, which is we call a zero minimum unconventional tillage study. This study was initiated in 1981 to look at the impact of tillage and crop rotation. We are measuring soil carbon over time, and more recently we have changed our protocol to measure soil organic carbon on a 7-year time scale, up to 60 centimeters in most cases. So this is in the brown soil zone, which is a semi-arid environment, one of the driest in the prairies. So what we have found in this experiment is having continuous cropping, so especially continuous wheat on the no-till has significantly increased soil organic carbon compared to having a fallow. Having continuous wheat under conventional tillage also increased soil organic carbon compared to fallow and pulse wheat. But I'd just like to point out that the two pulse wheat systems that you are seeing here, these systems were initiated in 1997. So they were not at the inception of the study in 1981, and they were established on plots from the fallow system. So the pulse wheat under conventional tillage was established on a fallow wheat conventional tillage, while the pulse wheat no-till was established on a fallow wheat no-till. So you can see from 1997, we can see that replacing fallow with a pulse crop, there's a trend towards increasing soil organic carbon, and we expect in the coming years to remeasure this, to measure again this soil organic carbon stock, and we expect to see further increases on the pulse wheat compared to fallow. So over time, what we have estimated so far, the change in soil carbon stock, we can see that continuous with no-till, we can see about 0.18 megagrams of carbon per hectare per year. And we can see mostly losses in the fallow systems and positive increases in the pulse wheat systems, both on the no-till and conventional tillage. We're also currently looking at living lab experiments, agricultural climate change solutions, where we are working with producers and producer groups to test best management practices. So there are several living labs across the country, and those I've highlighted in red are some of those that myself and Hongji are currently involved in. One of the other interesting experiments that we have done is looking at soil organic carbon change on producer fields. So a study was initiated in 1996 where producers changed their system from conventional tillage to no-till and direct seeding, and we have been able to monitor those changes over time. So we've sampled these fields from 1996, 2005, 2011, and our last sampling was 2018. We use the benchmark microsite system where these are GPS locations we collected, and we can go back and sample every year. I mean, whenever we decide to go back to those fields to sample the areas. The unfortunate thing is there's only one benchmark per field, so that does not give us a good coverage of the dynamics happening in terms of variability at the sites. Well, we have found that in the drier areas, the semi-arid prairie, we see that we found higher soil organic carbon increase in those fields, and that was mostly in the upper layers. Again, those fields initially had lower soil organic carbon compared to the more wet areas in the subhumid prairie, where we found increases in soil organic carbon up to 40 centimeters. So over time, there's a gradual increase in soil organic carbon in those fields. So overall, we found about a 4% increase over 21 years. So that's attributed to reduction in tillage and summer fallow. So these increases were mostly due to small increases in bulk density. So bulk density is very important for reporting soil organic carbon stocks. I would like to point out that, and most of us would be aware of this, soil organic carbon is highly variable. So even within this small microsite, 5 by 2 meters, we found large variations in soil organic carbon stock. So increasing the density of sampling can help us to better account for soil organic carbon changes. And one way we might be able to do so is use of soil spectroscopy. And currently we have a project which was initiated in 2022 to develop the first soil spectral library for the Canadian prairies, and we are hoping that that can help us to reduce costs and increase our sampling density for measuring soil organic carbon. So I'll just hand it over to Hongji, and I will move the slides whenever he wants me to.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Hongji. Next slide, please. I'm a research scientist with the AAFC. I'm working on the soil carbon cycling agronomy in Saskatchewan, Canada. Today, I'm going to talk about how changes in land use affect the quantity and the quality of soil organic matters in the Canadian prairie agro-ecosystem. Canadian prairie ecosystems have been identified as critical nature-based climate solutions to increase soil carbon sequestration. Prairie agro-ecosystem dominated by the cropland, pasture, and native grassland store a great quantity of organic carbon, then thus can act as a carbon sink through the land management practice. Next slide. So native grassland and city pastures provide tremendous potential as a carbon sink in the Canadian prairies. However, the native grassland has reduced 82% to the 11 million hectares compared to historical 61 million hectares. Every year, quite an amount of native grassland convert to the cropland, and also the long-term agriculture land use affect not only soil chemical and physical property, but also the soil organic carbon. Next slide. So as we know that soil organic carbon play a central role in maintaining soil health and fertilities in agro-ecosystems, and its loss will have a significant impact on the soil productivities and sustainability of agriculture production. Soil organic matter shows very complex molecular structures, and aggregate protection and organic minerals interaction could increase the soil organic matter stabilizations. So we want to ask the question, how do the agricultural land use in the Canadian prairie soils could affect the stability of soil organic carbon and on the distribution of common function groups, and how could link the stability of soil organic carbon to those function groups use the very advanced technologies. And we try to focus on the 4 types of function groups, but we are really interested in aromatic and the carboxylic function groups. So we collect the soil in the brown soil zones at the 6 soil sample locations across the annual cropland, seeded pasture, native grassland, and also in our long-term experiment plots. Our colleagues just mentioned that. So we collected 2 depths of the soil. We measured the soil chemical, physical, biochemical properties, and also, next slide, please. And also, we use the very advanced solid-state C13 nuclear magnetic resonance spectroscopy and from the AFC, and the synchrotron-based technology from Canadian Light Source in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, try to look at the 4 function groups in the soil organic matter using the non-destructive method. And we focus on the aromatic function groups because they are the relative stable with a very slow decomposition rate, which can be accumulated in the soil, and also the carboxylic enrichment, the controlled organic carbon preservations during the could form the aggregate, could increase the soil carbon stabilities. Next slide, please. So this spectrum shows that the long-term land use affect not only soil carbon content, but also the common function groups, as we can see across the native grassland and the seeded pasture and the cropland. Native grassland have the more diverse and intense the common function groups compared to seeded pastures and the cropland. This is not a surprise. And also overall, the compound and the corresponding common groups are significant difference if we look at the details of topsoil. Next slide. So why we focus on the grassland ecosystems? Grassland ecosystems store significant amount of carbon, almost 30% of terrestrial carbon, depending on how you calculate. They have incredible capacities to store the carbon, 38% more the carbon than the annual crop soils. And they also provide a range of other ecosystem services, including the pollinations and also the natural pest control, and also increase the crop productivities in the neighboring the crop field without additional input. From the greenhouse gas mitigation perspectives, the important thing to recognize that is the grassland in the worldwide and the Canada's have been lost, and luckily we target the seeded mixtures of the pastures could improve the ecosystem service. So we are conducting the ongoing national project funded by Genomic Canada to look at the grassland genomics for the greenhouse gas mitigations, which is the researchers come from the universities and federal government AFCs. So most of the soil processes, including soil carbon sequestration, are driven by soil microbes, and quantify the microbe community may thus allow us to develop the carbon storage indicator as a part of the Genomic Canada's funded project. We will intensively measure the environment DNA, plant and soil characteristics, including the soil microbe communities across the grassland in the Canadian Prairies to link the plant to the soil carbon sequestrations. So the overall goal, we create the predicted models of the future greenhouse gas mitigations. We are going to use the artificial intelligence to identify plant and the soils indicators associated with higher carbon stocks. Then we are going to validate those models using the plant and soil samples across the 3 prairie grassland ecosystems based on the more than 6,000 soil samples and other plant samples, and eventually to validate and produce the public available tools for the producers, eventually developing the AI models to predict the carbon sequestration based on the soil and the plant, soil microbes and the plant compositions. So for the rest of the talk, I'm going to quickly touch on the diversified cropping systems we are working on, because the diversified cropping system is more popular due to the low input sequester more carbon and increased soil carbon stability, but it's a very challenge to measure the carbon change during the short period. Thus, we label the dominant the crops such as canola and wheat to trace the fate of carbon nitrogen in the soil organic matter. So the overall goal of this study to use isotope labeling approach, C13 and N15 in the soil, plant, and the microbe system to provide scientific evidence regarding soil carbon dynamics. We are looking at the efficiency of the soil organic carbon stabilizations, decomposition of plant residue, nitrogen credit from the crop residue, and how the new leaf photosynthesized carbons transfer to the soil microbes and in the diversified cropping system. Eventually, try to better understand the soil health and the sustainability of the production based on the diversified cropping system. And also this could add up the benefits regarding the carbon credit with the changing climate. So yeah, I think I'm going to turn on to my colleagues. Judy.
Thank you, Honji. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Judith Nyiraneza, a soil scientist based in Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island, working for Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada. So moving to East Coast, so our soil are completely different from those from Western Canada. So we have basically acidic red sandy soil here, and the origin is underlined by terrestrial sandstone formation. So the soil is mainly sandy loam. The potato is the main cash crop with 1 billion Canadian dollar, contributing to 11% of provincial GDP. Next slide, please. So the traditional rotation system here is to grow potato once every 3 years. So after potatoes, we seed a small grain underseeded with legumes, can be red clover or alfalfa. So then we have that forage growing for 2 years, and then potatoes comes on the 3rd year. However, red clover has been associated to increase nitrate loading and leaching and also disease pressure. So we are seeing a shift of decreasing this 2-year forage with annual crop cover cropping, mustard, buckwheat, sorghum, Sudan grass, and pearl millet. So that implies tilling the land every year instead of giving a break to the soil with a 2-year forage. Next slide, please. So we also have in Prince Edward Island, we rely entirely on the groundwater for drinking water. And some areas, those highlighted in red here, in those areas, we have 15 to 20% of wells that are above the drinking water guidelines. So that is also an issue we are trying to address, not only to sustain soil health, but also to reduce nitrate leaching. Next slide, please. So our main issue is really of soil degradation. It's really based on the topography, because it's a hilly, and the soil type and the climate, because the rainfall is very, very high during fall and spring. So the topsoil that is rich in soil organic matter tend to be transported in water bodies. Next slide, please. So the province, the PI Department of Agriculture and Land has launched a soil first farming initiative where they are educating growers on different management practices to prevent soil erosion, encouraging them to adopt longer rotation systems, the feeding soil regenerative power, and mixed farming, where we are trying to mix livestock integration in potato production systems. Next slide, please. So the PI Department of Agriculture and Land has also initiated what they called the long-term soil quality monitoring project. These are geo-referenced soil sampling across the island. It's around 600 sampling points. This project exists since 1998 and still going on. Originally, they have analyzed the soil fertility-related parameters, but recently they are adding the soil health package and also the bulk density. So there are interest in doing modeling for different soil-related parameters. With this, we can actually be able to quantify the soil organic carbon stocks. This is showing the trends in soil organic matter. So the previous slide I showed, those samples are collected over 3 years. So one cycle is actually for a 3-year period. So as you can see here, if we map the soil organic matter trend from 1998 until 2021, we can see that the area with soil organic matter above 4% or 3 to 4% has been decreasing. Now we have more of our soils in the range of 2 to 3%, with few areas showing less than 2%. Next slide, please. So I'm going to talk, because I really want to increase collaboration, to talk about ongoing management practices under funded project, so going until 2028. Next slide, please. So our first speaker did talk about the agricultural climate solutions. So we do have this initiative, government initiative of 485 million. It's a 10-year program to develop and implement farming practices to tackle climate change. So we have across the country project going on to adopt management practices to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but also to build the carbon stocks. Next slide, please. So one of the management practices we are assessing, and here I am a soil scientist, but this project, they have really different expertise. We have modelers, we have soil microbial ecologists, we have many people working on this project. I'm just talking on behalf of them. So the rotational grazing in potato-based system basically is trying to encourage potato producers to partner with other farmers who have livestock. So in this particular area, we have a 2-year forage. So this land was grazed this summer, and in this growing season, it's going to be in potatoes. And we have kept an area where was not grazed, and we are going to see if grazing with this natural fertilization, we're gonna see if there is any change in terms of nutrient cycling, carbon sequestration, and greenhouse gas emission. And the main idea with this living lab, most of our trials are happening in commercial fields. Next slide, please. We do have also a plot scale project. These are the plots that were implemented in 2017, where we are assessing the full season cover crop with and without manure. And in this plot, we do have full season cover crop, which include legumes, grasses, or grasses combined with legumes. So basically, the top area are 4 blocks, they don't receive manure, and the bottom 4 blocks, they receive manure. And manure is applied once every 3 years. So the first year where we implement cover crop, and then we have potatoes in the 3rd year. Next slide, please. So growers have been implementing winter cover cropping, but the main challenge in Prince Edward Islands is the short growing season, specifically when we try to see the winter cover cropping after potato harvest. So we harvest potato from mid-October to late October. So these pictures you are seeing here were seeded a little bit earlier, like the 1st week of September. But it's a common practice in Prince Edward Island now to try to seed winter cover cropping, even if it's too late, just to reduce, to see the red snow with snow melt in spring. Next slide, please. We also have, we don't work only with potato growers. We also have with this living lab, we are working with dairy farmers where they are growing corn and soybean. And we are assessing also the different method of applying liquid manure on nutrient use efficiency and greenhouse gas emissions. Next slide, please. Another management practices we are testing is a combination of biochar with and without liquid manure on soil health, carbon sequestration, and greenhouse gas emission. This management practice going to be implemented on agriculture and agri-food research farm. Next slide, please. Another management practice that has been tested by grower and still going on is to compare the shallow non-invasion tillage with the moldboard plow. So basically, when we have this shallow non-invasion tillage, we are going to apply an herbicide to top kill the forage or any crop that is growing there. And then we are also assessing the morbid plow. So this is something that growers are really doing, and they are trying to get rid of morbid plow when they can. Next slide, please. So take-home message from three of us. We can say that management practices and land use changes affect soil organic carbon stocks and the carbon functional group in soil organic carbon, thereby affecting the stability of soil organic carbon. So the measurement, monitoring, and reporting of soil organic carbon stock is important. And the soil organic carbon is highly variable and changes slowly. So the sampling protocols and designs are very critical. And there is an interest in the use of soil spectroscopy to reduce analytical cost and increase soil sampling density. And the process-based models such as HOROS and DNDC to simulate soil organic carbon changes over time, they can help to speed up the process to understand mechanism. So we are looking for potential collaborations for researchers facing similar issues or testing similar management practices. Thank you, and I don't know if you have questions, time for questions. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mervyn, Judith, and Hongji. Taras, you are perhaps keeping track of questions. We have time for probably one or two. We're going into a break now. So
sure.
We probably have time for two questions, and then we'll move into the break.
Okay, sure. I have two questions for Hongji and one for Judith. So Hongji, I'm gonna put the first one that came in. Dr. Zhang, did land use type and history, e.g. grazing or not, in native grasslands and planted pastures affect the diversity of soil carbon compounds?
Yes, definitely. So this is a very good question. That's the purpose of the studies we are conducting right now. And from so the data, we can see that regarding the the quantity of the native grassland always have the higher the carbon content compared to the other type land use, including the seeded pasture, and the less the carbon content should be the cropland because of the different plant biomass carbon input, and also the the less disturbance of the native grassland. And this is from a quantity perspective. From quality perspective, we see the the grassland have more the carboxyl, the carbon function groups that could promote the aggregation to increase carbon sequestration the potentials. And definitely there's benefits and for the native grassland. We are really interested in this type of phenomena. So that's why we try to have the better understanding based on the research using the very advanced technologies, synchrotron-based technology, and also the NMR, to do the non-destructive the measurement and try to better understanding those function groups to link the soil carbon stability.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Hongji. There is another question for you from Erica, our colleague in Mexico. I encourage you to follow up in the chat directly on Slido. One more, I have a question for Judith. What are some of the challenges associated with introducing livestock into potato farming systems? And what are you hoping to see in regard to soil organic matter?
Excellent question. So in Prince Edward Island, we don't have really access to manure or compost. So livestock production has been decreasing. So for the livestock, it's a win-win situation, this rotation grazing, because the people with livestock can send their cow to graze the land, so they have access to feed. and then the potato growers maybe can have this natural vegetation, so natural fertilization. So it's starting. This is the first time we have 2 growers interested. We have 2 more growers with this growing season. In the long term, we will see what we would. I cannot know what I'm anticipating, but I think in terms of nutrient, there will be probably a change in nutrient, available nutrient, and we see in terms of greenhouse gas emission what we got.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Taras, and thank you for your Judith and Hongji for your response to those questions. We are actually back on schedule, I think, Steve, if you are there, and we should. I'll hand this over to you, Steve, in case there's anything to say. We are going into a break now. Is that right? And anyhow, yeah, but back to you. Just one thing, Steve. I want to thank everybody from INIFAP and USDA and AFC, and encourage folks that have posted questions to reach out to speakers as well. Contact information is available on slides and on speaker bios. And so, yeah, Steve, back to you. Yeah.
Thanks very much, Andres, and thanks to everyone, all of our speakers. Let's take a break now until 2 o'clock Central Time, 1 in the afternoon Mexico time, where we will dive right into our presentations on water and climate change related themes, and Ignacio Sanchez Cohen will be our moderator. So thank you to Andres for all of your work this morning, and indeed in preparation for today. Thank you. We'll see you at top of the hour.
So thank you everyone for the speakers for the next panel. I'll be here setting the next panel up, so you are welcome to test audio and screen sharing with me if you would like to do it.
Sí, buenas tardes, soy Walter López. Sí, quería verificar mi audio, por favor.
Sí, si me dan un momentito, Walter, primero voy a irlos pasando a la lista de panelistas. Van a dejar de ser ustedes asistentes para estar en la lista de panelistas, y una vez que estén de este lado, probamos el sonido.
Ok, gracias.
Gracias. So for the first participants, Sandra, Henry, if you want to try the audio and the screen, sharing screen, these kind of things, you are going to be the first panel, so you can try now. Y si ellos todavía no nos están acompañando, el equipo de México también puede empezar a hacer sus pruebas si están ahí con nosotros. Ahí vemos bien tu pantalla, Gabriel. Si puedes decir algunas palabras, confirmamos tu audio.
Probando. Sí,
Muy bien, Gabriel. Se escucha y se ve bien.
ok, gracias.
Gracias. ¿Alguien más que nos esté acompañando y quiera hacer pruebas?
Bueno,
Hola, Walter. Si puedes decir algunas palabras más, comprobamos que se escucha bien.
buenas tardes a todos.
Buenas tardes, ahí se escucha muy bien.
¿Se ve la presentación?
Se ve la presentación y en pantalla completa.
Ok, gracias.
Claro, Rafael, en principio ya puedes déjame buscarte de este lado. Listo, Rafael, ya puedes hacer prueba de audio y de pantalla.
Buenas tardes aquí en México y voy a ver si puedo compartir.
Perfecto, ahí te escuchamos bien.
Ok. Ahí se ve mi presentación.
Ahora sí se ve en pantalla completa.
Ok, perfecto. Muchas gracias.
Gracias. Sergio, buenas tardes. Ya está todo habilitado para que también puedas hacer pruebas de sonido y de pantalla si gustas.
Hola, buenas tardes a todos. ¿Sí se ve la pantalla?
Buenas tardes, sí, te escuchamos bien y vemos tu pantalla, Sergio.
Muchas gracias.
So there is some speaker from Canada that want to do some test. Maybe Sandra, Henry, if you are here with us.
Gracias, Steve.
Thank you,
Iniciar.
Steve. So we'll start then. Thank you for being here. I hope you had enjoyed your lunch. We have 2 hours, 45 minutes for this session. We will start off with a presentation by AAFC with Sandra Jani, Henry Chow, and Henry Wilson. You have 40 minutes time, and the title of your presentation is Balancing Water Resources Sustainability in the Faced with Canadian Climate Extremes. So you can take the floor, and please stick to time. Thank you so much. We welcome you.
Okay, thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Can you just confirm if you can see my screen?
Yes, we can, but it's
Yes.
not in
It's
presentation
not
mode.
in a presentation mode, so please.
Okay. Yeah, I'm doing that. Just a second. Good now? Can you see it now?
Yes, we can see
my
we can
notes.
see the presentation mode. So you please click the screen, the small screen. Oh, that's all right. That's okay. Go ahead.
Great. Okay, thank you. Well, thank you, Ignacio, and good afternoon to everybody. I'm very happy to be presenting along with my colleague, Henry Chow, on water issues within agriculture as they relate to the response to climate change within agriculture. I want to also acknowledge that our colleague, Henry Wilson, is unfortunately unable to attend with us today, but his contributions to the presentation are included. So our intent in this presentation is to give an overview of some of the challenges and the current situation, some projected changes that are expected under climate change, and adaptation and mitigation efforts that AAFC is doing. And later, Henry will talk about a proposed integrated approach to water management, along with the associated benefits and trade-offs. So starting with the current challenges that might not be necessarily unique to Canada. And the image here shows some potential impacts that were highlighted, impacts of climate change that were highlighted in the IPCC 2014 report. So the amounts of water are impacted by precipitation, whether snowfall or rainfall, by glacier melt, and an increase in evapotranspiration. Timing of water availability and of the melt of glacier and snow is affecting and will affect river flows and might not match with the growing season, the crop growing season, as nicely as we're used to now. It'll also affect flooding and cause droughts, and will require us to think more about water storage solutions. So, of course, erosion, water quantity, and river flows will eventually have an impact on water quality and on pollution, which are also important issues. Now, where Canada is maybe more unique is having a permafrost region that covers about half the Canadian landmass. And we have only less than 10% of the landmass is suitable for agricultural production. And this is simply because of our northern location. And the degradation of the permafrost with climate change, especially the discontinuous and the southern parts, I don't know if my mouse is clear, which you can see here in the green. As the degradation happens, this will eventually cause ecosystem disturbances that will impact water flow and hydrology, obviously. At the same time, we are expected to experience a greater effect of climate change, maybe 2 to 3 times more than other regions. And this, though, will unlikely to result in an increase in the amount of land that can go under agriculture, but will more likely affect the length of the growing season. And this means that cropping patterns might change and the demand for water will also follow. So some of the impacts that are currently being faced by farmers and producers are highlighted in these clips, which mostly are from last year. So I can note here the flooding in some places, droughts, and early irrigation water cutoffs, an impact on crops. For example, there is a projection of reduced wheat production at a national scale. And this is not necessarily a result of less acreage grown, but because of the yield is less as a direct result of dry conditions. So some of the things that are projected to change is the extension of the growing season. And this is dictated by things like temperature and rainfall and frost-free days. And this map here shows the lengthening of the growing season under the most conservative scenario compared to the reference period here. So you can see like there's more yellowish colors across the country compared to the current reference. And there's another projection for drier summers and wetter springs, which will lead to a deficit in water during the growing season and will have impacts on agriculture as well as other hydrological related events. And the snowpack, which is something that everybody around me here is talking about. So we're located close to the Rockies, and the snowpack is an important factor. And these days, we are seeing the impact. So the projections as well are also pointing downwards. In this slide, I also wanted to allude to the importance of measurement and data collection at the national scale, which on its own could have its own set of challenges. This leads to the mention of the extreme climate events. And just to define them, these are events that exceed the seasonal normal intensity, the duration, or the impact on the agroecosystems. And we are seeing more of these. As an example, these include erosion and flooding. So there's an image here that you can see. This is from Manitoba. And ice melt in winter. So in some cases, a partial midwinter melt of a large snowpack can create extensive ice damming. So this is like a dam that is created by the ice, and then this will follow with effects of erosion. So the response varies depending on the scale, obviously, from the farm to the field to the region, and this will require the measures to be also scaled to address these changes. The impacts on and the responses of an ecosystem is defined by antecedent conditions, and this is even under normal conditions, even not under extreme conditions. And these include things like weather. So if we think of timing and the form of precipitation, and as well as landscape and soil conditions. And these conditions are affected by agricultural activities on the one hand, but at the same time, agricultural activities will also will have like a feedback to these systems. So for example, if you think of greenhouse gas emissions, which drives temperature changes that then affects crop growth, and under warmer conditions, the soil will start to soil activities will lead to maybe increased N2O emissions. So basically the bottom line is that there are feedbacks and interactions, or if I want to say it differently, there are co-benefits and trade-offs. And these lead to the creation of uncertainties. One of the big effects that could be manifesting with climate change is the patterns of runoff. And these are seasonal in nature already. Runoff, which occurs in spring with the snowmelt, is not well matched with crop demands, which usually occur later in the season. And this could be further exacerbated with climate change, again, bringing back the point that we need to be thinking about water storage options and better soil water management. To summarize some of the projected changes on agricultural land in Canada, there are obviously the positive impacts. Noteworthy here are the longer growing season and the increased productivity, but at the same time, there are negative impacts. And these could negate the potential positives. If I want to give an example, the heat stress or large water deficits and erosion are one example on the negative side. I would add that inputs into the agricultural system, such as fertilizers and energy, are interlinked to these changes, but overall, the net impact is uncertainty. And so the question is, how do we overcome this uncertainty? Some of the things that Canada and Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada, AAFC, are doing is, for example, the role of AAFC is playing under an umbrella of strategies and programs, and I believe some of these were mentioned by Anne-Marie in the morning. And these are to facilitate both research and to provide support and tools to enable adoption of beneficial management practices or new technologies, or even new renewable resources to adapt to and mitigate climate change. So here I can mention the Living Labs, which is something that both Henry and I are working on. So as well is for example, the Sustainable Canadian Agricultural Partnership, the SCAP, and the Green Technology Program also. Similarly, Natural Resources Canada, or an NRCan, has created an adaptation platform with working groups on different climate change issues that provide tools for stakeholders as well across sectors. But water issues and agriculture are included within these, and there's a wealth of information accessible to stakeholders. In general terms, the problems of climate change are addressed by different tiers or levels, ideally starting with prevention, and then adaptation would come after and with other actions potentially. Increasing carbon sequestration to reduce concentrations of greenhouse gas emissions in the atmosphere is one of those preventive measures which were probably addressed previously by other talks during this workshop. And because most of the processes in the soil are biologically mediated, there will be uncertainty in how climate events will affect them and will feed back to the other problems. Adapting to climate change will then, like in a next step, which we're already in, will include things like in-field practices such as crop varieties or rotations in crops, increasing irrigation efficiency, controlling drainage, mulching to maintain soil moisture, and other, for example, landscape changes, which include wetland maintenance and restoration, along with other things such as storage systems to prevent flooding, recharge of groundwater, and other things. I want here to give maybe an example of some of these specifics, and this is something that provinces in Canada are doing, and these are specifically the irrigated provinces, if I can call them that. So there's things like irrigation expansion, which is happening in Alberta and Saskatchewan, already planned for the next 10 years, for example, is the addition or the ability to irrigate an additional 250,000 hectares. There's improvements to infrastructure, increasing water reservoir capacities, and improving irrigation efficiencies. And combined, these will help improve the efficiency to an even higher level than we are currently seeing with, for example, the low pressure pivots, which are mostly dominating, especially in Alberta. Some other adaptations are happening through, for example, crop breeding and water management technologies, and these will be mentioned later. I just want to highlight that there are also social-driven changes, and these are through customer demand. And these are now being recognized by many of the big companies and the big industries, and are responding to it by implementing sustainable practices within their systems. For example, just as an example here, is the production of beverages from perennial grains rather than annual grains. And this is something that consumers are already, in many cases, willing to pay a little bit more for these practices. And again, as with anything, any practice that we do, there are going to be trade-offs. And even though we might not realize that these trade-offs are happening, but we have to acknowledge them. And so, for example, what is going to be the impact of smart irrigation? So if we apply less water, or using agrivoltaics, for example, which is something that is picking up in Canada and in the United States, and probably other regions as well. And maybe there are other proposed sustainable measures. So there is a need for, maybe that's the point I want to make, is there is still a need for research and for collaborations across all of these issues if we're moving forward with reducing our uncertainties. And so with this, I want to hand over to Henry to take us forward in this presentation. And Henry, I will be moving the slides for you.
Okay, that sounds good. Thanks, Sandra. So I guess, continue on the theme of Sandra addressing that prevention and adaptations, and just alluding to some of the concepts that we heard at the beginning. So in other disciplines like the 4R principles in terms of nutrient management or nutrient stewardship, I often think that we have to look at water stewardship in that context as well. So, sort of proposing a 4M water stewardship approach in terms of managing water, and thinking about that context in relationship to the soil water. So in terms of the 4R water stewardship concept that we often get involved in is the measuring the water, just the amount, quantifying the water within the system, whether it's snow melt, whether it's precipitation, it's runoff in that water cycle. And then the management side of how to access that water, whether it's for irrigation, conserving that water, increasing the amount of water that we can use, and then recovering some of that water through strategies such as forced recharge, and also alluding to how do we plan to use that water. So mapping that water, so we can quantify it. Where is that water? How do we plan to use it within the system? So we think about irrigation schemes, and then finally, the hallmark of why we do research is to model and sort of predict the water uses within a system, particularly in terms of agriculture. Drier conditions forecasted due to climate change. We need to sort of prepare for what type of crops do we plant, and how do we conserve that water from year to year. So I think the view is moving from that adaptation to a stewardship, and then I have some examples of what we have been working on and, through the government and through collaborations with colleagues in Canada. Next slide, Sandra. So in terms of measuring the water, definitely the challenge is to accurately assess and eventually forecast the water within the system. We know there's a lot of organizations out there developing soil moisture monitoring tools, and oftentimes the challenge is the scale. Looking at remote sensing application with microwave sensors is a good approach, looking at a sort of a larger scale, but how do we downscale those measurements to maybe a plot scale where a producer is looking in terms of the water availability for his crops. Particularly in North America and colder regions across the world, it's the amount of water. So a lot of the precipitation ends up as snowfall. Ends up in terms of entering the system such as runoff. So we have to quantify that amount of water within the system. And knowing that the soils are more heterogeneous rather than homogeneous. We know particularly in Canada, the prairie pothole region, the breadbasket of Canada with our main production, we have a hummocky landscape, so with alternating knolls and depressions. So that makes the soil water storage within a profile quite spatially and temporally variable across the landscape. So how do we manage that water within that system, especially if it is dryland agriculture versus irrigated agriculture? Next slide. So some of the tools that we do have that has evolved from projects through AFC, the RISMA network, which is a real-time in situ soil monitoring for agriculture, installed on private producers' land to monitor in situ soil moisture, particularly looking at beneficial management practices in our represented cropping systems across the prairies. So it's a collaboration amongst the federal government, Global Institute of Water Security based in the University of Saskatchewan. But I think there is an evolution of collaboration that we're seeing. You know, some of these networks are established through existing programs, and then they are being reinvigorated in new programs such as the Living Labs program. So this RISMA network is being used to sort of quantify what's the role of these beneficial management practice in agriculture and how does it relate to soil moisture within the system, and potentially using remote sensing information as well to downscale soil moisture data and relate that to ground truthing from these sites are also important. Next slide. In terms of managing, I sort of take the approach in terms of managing the soil water within the system, particularly for agriculture. We know that improving the soil, so the management practices that improve the soil water holding capacity or the soil structure, organic matter, had some benefits in terms of the water availability for the crops. And we know that management practices it has influences in terms of that structure and then that available water capacity. So with tillage practices, we know that we get improvement in terms of the aggregate stability. And then we're also looking into the diversification of cropping systems within Canada in particular, and what are the implications of that in terms of soil health, which has also been mentioned today. So alluding that with improvement in soil health, then there'd be improvement in soil structure as well as the improvement in the water holding capacity of soils. So making the soils more resilient to the climate stresses that is currently faced. And so, in the example there, we have some sites in Lethbridge in Alberta and Current in Saskatchewan looking at the common crop rotation strategies in the prairies, in different ecozones, and looking at what's the impact on the soil health metrics and how do we evaluate that moving forward. Next slide.
So back to me.
Yes.
I wanted to here also give an example of ways that water can be managed specifically for irrigation and with precision irrigation. And these, like I'm giving an example here of subsurface drip irrigation, SDI, and variable rate irrigation, VRI, which are supposed to be more efficient ways that in the way that they apply the water. So SDI applies the water directly to the roots through a buried drip line, and variable rate irrigation, which delivers targeted water amounts to the field based on specific areas, based on the potential for optimized yield in that area. And between these two techniques, there is a potential of water saving in the ranges of maybe 20 or 30% in efficiency and saving of water, as well as mitigation of fertilizer and energy costs. And the overhead irrigation systems are already at a good efficiency level, but including these technologies will bring efficiencies to an even higher level. However, as with, let me see, okay. As with anything else, and despite the benefits, maybe additional benefits here of greenhouse gas emissions, which could be reduced when you have less water and there's less runoff, etc. But there are still some drawbacks that are creating barriers to adoption of these systems. And this is because there is a bit of a learning curve that needs to accompany these technologies, and there are requirements specifically for monitoring or close monitoring of soil water and crop conditions through the things like remote sensing or proximal sensing. So these require, like a learning curve by producers and by researchers as well. And so there is a room to develop this research and to develop knowledge, generate knowledge that will advance adoption. And there is a need to also identify land where the use of such systems is going to work well. Next, Henry.
Thanks. So just following on that, so I would measure the water, manage the water, and looking at mapping the water. So we know that there's a lot of developments in terms of the
Excuse me, would you speak a little bit louder, please, so the interpreters can translate?
Okay, sorry. So in terms of the view of mapping the water, we know that there has been sort of digital technology development, particularly in terms of mapping vegetation, but also mapping soil characteristics. So EM mapping, gamma mapping, isotope mapping, and that sort of evolved to digital soil mapping, which gives us the good information of the variability of soils within the system. And moving towards that, we're looking at adapting those digital soil maps to more dynamic soil mapping. So mapping the available water capacity of soils, and that can be utilized in terms of how we manage the water within the system. So there are a lot of tools out there in terms of the proximal and remote sensing. So we have to integrate and understand how do we use those tools, and how does those tools inform about the stewardship of the water within the system. Some of the examples I'm giving here is mapping the soils in terms of variable rate irrigation, and then also looking at some thermography in relationship to differences in terms of evapotranspiration in the vineyard, and that's some relationship to compaction. So underlying soil issues that could be identified through digital technology packages. And then another example is looking at other soil characteristics, so soil dryness, and looking at a term called water repellency. How dry is that soil, and what is that implication in terms of runoff that could occur? So it's using the digital technology that we have available to us, and then looking at what type of maps can we develop to plan and manage our water resources. So drought monitoring and land use suitability. So one of the concerns in terms of the mapping of the soil dryness is about the fertilizer application and concerns in terms of runoff as fertilizer is being applied. Next slide, please. And fourthly, in terms of that 4M stewardship, thinking about that modeling of the water. So I was talking a bit about that digital soil mapping. So, evolving to those dynamic soil properties. So relating the physical properties of the soils through pediotransfer models like texture, and then relating to more dynamic properties of the soil, such as the available water holding capacity, and then using those outcomes to model the hydraulic properties for more hydrological models. But we also see aspects from agronomists working with producers about can we forecast the soil moisture in terms of what's in our system to sort of schedule the irrigation that needs to be applied, or to turn off the irrigation in relationship to a precipitation event that would occur. And then finally, talking about models, which is the theme of this workshop, is the integration into the models. How can we integrate these hydrological models into some farm system models, such as the HOLOS that's used for greenhouse gas inventory within farming systems, and the uncertainty around that integration. So I think it's working together collaboratively in terms of what the information that we can provide, maybe at the plot and field scale level, and in integrating with the modelers in terms of outcomes and counting as well. Next slide. So, kind of the theme as we move on is, the concept in terms of that 4R stewardship is we often have to balance, that conservation of water, management of water is so important, but it's within that water, energy, land, WEF nexus scenario. There are competing interests in terms of resource outcomes, and I think there's some bullet points I wanted to pull up. If Sandra, you could just click the slide. Yeah, good. There's two more. Yeah, good. So, I think this is a really good example of where we need to move towards is trying to integrate all components within a nexus, but then have the scientific validity in terms of how do we integrate it. So this is an example of integrating the sort of the climate outcomes in terms of climate models within the nexus in terms of balancing the trade-offs and co-benefits within this type of system. And we know that there are sustainability goals that are more into the socioeconomic space that have serious implications in terms of how the resources are managed. But we also have to factor in the trade-offs and synergies within just that water and land and energy profiles. Next slide, please. So that being said, thinking about those co-benefits and trade-off, in terms of water resource, we often have to think about the agriculture in the context of the ecosystem health. So, some examples of maintaining the river ecosystem health and ensuring that, if we are withdrawing water within the system for agriculture purposes, there has to be some mitigating circumstances in terms of when do we withdraw it, to keep the flow levels in terms of that ecosystem. So, it goes hand in hand, the retention of water with planned release may have some benefits in maintaining the base flow, in terms of when we have these high extreme weather events where there's a large influx of water from snowmelt or precipitation. And as well, as we talk about sort of water quantity, we also have to talk about water quality. So, withdrawal of water to fill retention ponds for irrigation purposes can often lead to concentration of nutrients that potentially could be transported across the landscape and having implications in terms of the water bodies or lake systems within the environment. So, looking in terms of the sort of the water flow, when does the peak nutrients are likely to occur at the start of the snow? So implications of when do we apply manure onto the landscape, and when would that nutrient end up downstream within that system, and sort of targeting that mitigation in relationship to the hydrology within the system. Next slide. So as mentioned, it's that those co-benefits and trade-off, but thinking from that scientific point of view of what's important for agriculture and then what's important in terms of the ecosystem services. So we know that they're hand in hand. So in terms of evaluating implications for water quality of water through control practices, we know that if we increase soil water contact with controlled drainage, we can increase nutrient content in water release at a later date. So really targeting the control of that nutrient within that system. And there's an example there in terms of unfertilized land in the Manitoba watershed where it could dilute the concentration of phosphorus within the system, so you're losing less downstream of that situation. But we also know that management practices within the system, such as no-till, causes stratification of nutrients at the surface, right? So although no-till is, a preferred practice from a soil health point of view, it also, concentrates the nutrients at the surface, and then you have the interplay of the snowmelt occurring, especially if you have runoff occurring. So these are things that we have to consider when we think about the sort of the water management, but also the nutrient management within the system. That being said, there is that potential to reduce the rate of application and time of nutrient availability as we sort of control the water and the nutrients within that system from an agriculture point of view, but also looking at that holistic ecosystem services point of view as well. Next slide. So, as we kind of summarize, there is a concern that if we don't balance what we're doing in agriculture, what is the outcome? Is the imbalance with the ecosystem services. And, Canada is well known for having the largest amount of lakes, and it's often harder in terms of remediating those lakes in terms of pollution. So mitigation in terms of non-point source pollution due to agriculture is preferred rather than remediation moving forward. Next slide. So thinking about that prevention and adaptation and linking into what we're sort of working on and sort of the concept in the field is resilience to extreme climate events. And that's the measure of the ability of that system to absorb that change or disruption while maintaining the relationship between the population and state variables. And this is a common theme that we're seeing with programs such as the Living Labs program, the LTAR network is to look at our agriculture systems and sort of evaluate how resilient is it to those extreme climate events, but also looking into in terms of that context of the agriculture in the ecosystem service space as well. We click again, Sandra, for the 2 bullet points. So we kind of move to that stage of the balance of agriculture sustainability, looking at the agriculture system and the water availability and water quality, how that plays in terms of the sustainability of agriculture to meet the food demands, but then also how agriculture fits within that.
Queda 1 minuto, 1 minute left, please.
Okay. And the balance of ecosystem services. So, leading into that, there likely to be multiple benefits under, drought and flooding conditions, because, under a drought, although it's not preferred, it means that there's less water carrying nutrients away from that point source situation. So there are trade-offs, and we need to examine those, agriculture sustainability trade-offs with those ecosystem services. And one of the aspects is it's the system with the focus on preventing the runoff losses at the point sources are more resilient than doing the remediation sort of downstream. So next slides. So to summarize, really what we're seeing in Canada is that the effects of climate change is greater due to the variability of our climate in Canada. And then the extent of those climate events are differing on multiple scales. So we have to look at that ecosystem as well. There's uncertainty around those projected net effects of climate change on Canadian agriculture, because as we're balancing the change within the system, how resilient is our agriculture system to those changes? And the theme that we're kind of proposing is that there's that prevention, adaptation, and then that water stewardship. And then finally, it's looking at the resilience. So it's maybe finding a suitable balance between the agriculture sustainability and the ecosystem services to be more resilient to those extreme climate events, because the agriculture system is within that ecosystem, and we have to balance the two. Great, and that's the end. I just leave it with a note of how important the producers are as end users.
Muchas gracias. Nos queda 1 minuto. Si hubiera alguna pregunta, Taras, please, if there is any question, Taras, we have only 1 minute left.
Yeah, yes, there is a question. There's a question for Henry. Henry, have you looked at how ArcApex model has integrated hydrology with cropping systems, climate models, and landscape variability?
Oh, that's a great question. I've just started to dabble as I've returned from Canada for 2 years abroad in New Zealand. So I haven't looked at that yet, but that might be an area to sort of collaborate on. So that's what I'm looking forward to. Yeah.
Thank you. And that was the only question for this panel.
Muchas gracias. Gracias, Taras. Con eso terminamos.
Thank you, Taras. And we end then this AAFC block, and now we move on to the INIFAP session. First speaker is Gabriel Díaz Padilla. The title of the presentation is Spatial Modeling of the Productive Potential of Socioeconomically Important Species in Mexico. You can take the floor, Gabriel. You have 6 minutes.
Muy bien. ¿Se ve mi pantalla y se escucha?
Thank you. Can you see my screen? Can you hear me properly? Yes, we can hear you, and we can
Okay.
also see the screen.
Una de las primeras
So
preguntas
one
que
of the
nos
first
hacemos
questions we pose
es
ourselves is
qué sembrar y dónde sembrar
what
algún
is
cultivo de interés.
where to seed, where, when we're talking about a crop of interest,
Anteriormente se resolvía
where,
esto usando mapas,
where do we do
mapas
so?
que
We
podíamos
used to use
sobreponer y
maps
calcar,
before that
pero
we
con
could
el
trace,
advenimiento de los sistemas de
but
información
with the
geográfica,
advent of geographic
estas
information
preguntas se
systems, these
pueden contestar de
questions
una manera
could be
práctica
answered in a
y
practical
eficiente.
fashion and maybe more
En este
efficiently.
sentido, el término de potencial
When we
productivo
talk about productive
fue
potential,
acuñado en México en los
this was coined
90s,
in Mexico in 1990s, in the
definido
1990s.
como
It was
las
defined
áreas espaciales
as the
geográficas
geographic spatial
donde los cultivos
areas
podían
where
desarrollarse con
it was
mayor
feasible
posibilidades
to
de
produce
éxito
different crops or species
y
with greater
obviamente
probability of
sin daño
success,
al
and of
medio
course,
ambiente.
without damaging the environment.
El punto de partida de esta
So the
metodología
starting point of all this
es
methodology
definir
is
los
basically to
requerimientos
define
agroecológicos de
the
los cultivos
agroecological requirements of
y
crops
clasificarlos en tres
and to
clases:
classify them in probably 3 classes.
el alto potencial, el
So it's
medio
the
y
high
el no apto.
potential, mid potential, and
En el
apt.
alto
In other
potencial
words,
productivo
non-suitable.
podríamos
In the
obtener entre un
high
80 y
band,
un
we can have between
100% de
80 and
los rendimientos
100% of
máximos
the
de un
yield, of
cultivo.
maximum yield, crop yield.
En el medio, entre un 60
In
y
the
un
middle, between
80% del
60 and
rendimiento.
80% of the yield,
Y en un no apto desde un 0
and
hasta un
non-suitable from
40%.
0 to 40%.
En esta curva podemos ver los
So in this
requerimientos
curve, we can actually
agroecológicos
see the agroecological requirements.
y como ejemplo usamos
And as
4
an
variables:
example, we use 4 different variables:
altitud, precipitación, temperatura
altitude,
y uso del suelo.
rainfall, temperature, and soil use.
Y desarrollamos el ejemplo para el cultivo de
So
la
they
naranja.
developed then this example to plant oranges.
Para hacer esto necesitamos bases de
Now,
datos.
in order to do so, we need databases.
Necesitamos
We
bases de
also
datos de
need
factores
these
topográficos,
databases on
edáficos y
topographic
climáticos.
factors, edaphic, and climate
Dentro de
factors.
los topográficos, dos
Within
muy
the topographic
importantes
factors,
es la
2 very
altitud
important
y
ones
la
are
pendiente del
altitude as
terreno.
well as slope.
En los edáficos, el
In
suelo, la
edaphic
textura,
factors,
el
soil, the
pH
texture,
y
the
la
pH,
profundidad del
as
suelo.
well as the soil depth.
Y de los factores
When we speak
climáticos,
about
obviamente la
climate factors, we
precipitación,
think about
temperatura y horas luz,
precipitation,
entre
temperature,
otros.
and light hours, of course, among others.
Una vez que tenemos definidos los
Once we have
requerimientos
defined then the
agroecológicos
agroecological
y
requirements,
disponemos de las bases de
and once we
datos,
have the
podemos
databases
hacer
available, we can go
sobreposición de
on to
mapas
overlapping maps. So it's
por
an
ejemplo,
overlay process. For instance,
aquí sobreponemos
right here,
precipitación y temperatura.
we overlap precipitation and temperature.
Aquí altitud y pendiente.
Here, altitude and slope.
Y vamos
In this
desarrollando
other map,
mapas con el
we
factor
develop different
climático,
maps with
el
climate
factor
factors,
topográfico
with
y
topography
el factor
factors,
edáfico.
as well as the edaphic factors.
Y finalmente hacemos una
Finally,
sobreposición de
we
todos estos
overlap
mapas
all these maps
y clasificamos el potencial
And we
productivo
classify
en
the
clases.
productive potential in different classes using this overlay.
Esta metodología la aplicamos
So
solo
this
a áreas
methodology is
agrícolas
applied only to agricultural areas
y para condiciones de temporal.
and also for special seasonal conditions
Como un ejemplo de
or
resultado,
weather
presento este
conditions.
mapa
As a result of one of these
donde
outcomes, I show this particular map.
las zonas verdes es donde
In
tenemos alto
green
potencial
is
para
where we have a
desarrollar el
high
cultivo de la
potential
naranja.
to develop the orange as a crop.
Y en el color
And
naranja tenemos
in
algún factor
orange color,
limitante.
we have a limiting factor.
Con el sistema de información
So
geográfica
with this
podemos
geographic
calcular
information system, the GIS, we can actually
las
estimate
hectáreas con alto
the
potencial o
hectares that
con
have
mediano
high
potencial
potential
y
or
las de no
medium
apto
potential
potencial.
and those that are non-suitable. You have 1 minute left.
Yes. Y podemos también ver
We can also
el potencial productivo a
see the
nivel
productive
local para
potential
alguna región en
locally, maybe
particular
for
o
some
para un
specific
estado.
regions or maybe for a specific state.
Podemos sobreponer el
We can
potencial
also
productivo
overlay the productive
a
potential
zonas de algún
to
riesgo
areas
de
where
alguna
there may
enfermedad o
be
una
some
plaga
risk of a certain disease or a certain
o a las
pest,
condiciones
or even to
socioecológicas de
socio-ecological
marginación de los
situations,
productores
maybe
para
the
desarrollar
marginalization of producers
algún tipo de
for the
tecnología
development of
apropiada para su
some
desarrollo.
appropriate technology for development purposes.
Entonces,
So
un cultivo no se puede
a
producir en
crop
todos
cannot be
lados,
produced everywhere.
o sí se puede, pero no se debe.
And the question is, can a crop be produced anywhere? Yes, but it
Y el
is not really
potencial
recommended. And
productivo
the
nos puede
productive
ayudar
potential can
en
help
esta
us
respuesta.
in finding the answer.
Actualmente tenemos un atlas
Currently,
con
we have an
52
atlas with
cultivos
52 different crops,
en los cuales ya realizamos el
and
potencial
we've
productivo
already worked on the productive
y
potential for
sirve de
them.
base para la
This is a
diversificación
baseline
productiva
for productive
o para cambiar un cultivo en una
diversification or
zona.
even to change a crop in a specific area.
Mi colega Rafael
My
Guajardo va a
colleague
exponer cómo el
Rafael
cambio
Guajardo
climático
will speak about
podría
climate
mover las
change and
zonas de
how this could
potencial productivo.
move then the areas of productive potential.
Gracias por su atención.
Thank you so much. So Rafael Guajardo will speak about that.
Our next presentation will be by myself, Ignacio Sanchez Cohen. I'm going to talk about some tools we are developing for decision-making support. As Dr. Efrain said at the beginning of his presentation when he introduced INIFAP, we have 8 regional hubs throughout the country with 38 experimental fields or stations and 6 national research centers. And one of them, where I'm presently at, is the National Research Center on Water, Soil, Plants, and Atmosphere. The Institute has a research agenda which is served by 32 research networks. Out of these 32 networks, those that are related to the theme are the network of water, the network of watersheds, and the network of soils. These 3 major themes apply to the webinar. Under watershed management within the Institute, the main goals you can see on screen. One of them is the estimate of runoff with additional information for water management decision making. Another objective has been the optimization of cropping patterns in the irrigation districts in order to increase water use efficiency through water use productivity. Another has been water balance in areas of low precipitation, where models have been developed by other developers or calibrating models by other parts of the world. Sorry, but we cannot see your screen.
Sorry about that.
Si lo puedes hacer, sí, pero
Can you see it now? Yes, but small size. Can you please expand it? You should go to slideshow. Full screen, Ignacio, should be.
Ya, síguele.
Can you see it now? We can, but not full screen mode. Just a moment. Nevertheless, you can continue because we can see the slides. Apologies, I do not know. So what I was saying is, these are the objectives for watershed modeling using some models, the SWOT Almanac, other decision support models, our own programs developed by our own researchers, and online computational models. Recently, time was devoted to sharing databases and other interactions with various applications to assist farmers, producers, and technicians to make informed decisions. These applications are all contained in a platform which is not a website, or that is not the intention, but it is an executable file that can be shared or downloaded from the INIFAP site. Hydrological models are shared there, erosion models, official data on agriculture, some focused on climate change, vegetation indexes available for any watershed in the country, cropping patterns optimization models, and also models for water balance in any municipality of the country. And in some cases, for example, in irrigation districts, it uses historical data or non-real-time data for weather forecasters. Sorry, they are telling me that you cannot see. Can you see it now? You may continue as you are, Ignacio. It is not in full screen mode, but for the sake of time, we will continue the way we are seeing your slides. So this is an example of the use of one of the platform tabs, hydrology. They show single dimension maps for any watershed to the extent that the necessary minimum inputs are made. That is the water balance soil ratio with the inputs. The model calculates the balance and it makes focused on hourly basis based on transpiration and evaporation. This is another example using artificial intelligence algorithms for machine learning. An algorithm is trained to provide the precipitation runoff ratio through various algorithms provided by the machine learning methodology itself. This is something that can be done as well in this platform. And sorry for the technical issues, but let's go back to review what can the platform provide. Not just access to databases from various servers, but this data can also be used for the development of further additional information. This is the intention. It is an ongoing process involving several years of research by various researchers through own and third-party models. Well, that was the purpose of my presentation. Thank you very much. And if you have any question, please let me know later.
Very well then. Next speaker, Dr. Marco Antonio Insunza Ibarra. He will talk about methodologies focused on determining water requirements and crop yields. You can take the floor, Marco. You have 6 minutes. Can you see my screen? Not yet. What can I do now? Next, excuse me. Yes, we can see your computer screen, but not the presentation. You should open then the presentation file.
Ya estamos viendo la presentación. Igual
Now
no
we
está
can see your presentation, but it is not in full screen mode. If you can go ahead and do so, unless you can't do it. If not, you can just go ahead like this. It's fine. Marco will be presenting from my computer. Maybe. Yes, Ignacio, we can see the presentation on screen. Good afternoon, everybody. I will focus on this methodology to determine water requirements and crop yields. Next. The significant growth of humanity in 2022, which we were 8 billion inhabitants, this of course forces, because of that need of increased people to have an increase in food production. The agricultural sector uses 70% of the fresh water, according to the FAO, and therefore this resource is, excuse me, we have an echo, please excuse us. We have to be more efficient in our water stewardship to make it more productive. So in this regard, if we think about the goals, we need research methodologies to determine the water need of crops. The idea is to obtain the how much and when to use irrigation water to achieve greater water productivity. Excuse us for interrupting. Please, we will be interrupting for a minute. Ignacio, so the interpreters are saying that there's an echo.
Evaluar 7 tratamientos.
The idea is to assess 7 different treatments, and this is basically as a result of these matrices. There are 2 variation or variability factors, and there are 4 different levels in 2 different stages of the crop timing. This is the methodology. According to this graph, an example would be 40% of the humidity that is consumed in the very beginning of the staging before flowering. And the second is when flowering starts and the maturity stage, and so on for the rest of treatment. So these 7 treatment options are tested at the field, depending on the scientific method, with different blocks, with 4 different repetitions. So we do require to continuously think about humidity in each one of the treatments. For that, we need a TDR, reflectrometry, TDR. With this method, we have each one of the treatments at the irrigation time, and we apply the required volume according to the soil profile, an amount of centimeters. In doing so, we use a volumetric device that has been calibrated before, ahead of time. With such information, we can examine data and obtain the responses that will quantify, like in the first model, when to apply irrigation, and in the second model, based on the amount of water consumed, how much to irrigate. With this methodology, we have assessed different crops that are economically important in the locally and regionally, and also these crops are placed as high projection areas. This is on a research center. The idea of using this sample is to understand the maximum evaporation and transpiration of this crop, to see whether they're receiving enough humidity. And once we have the reference values, we can have the ratio of the crop development adjustment, which is so important to schedule irrigation when you don't have enough information available. So this ratio could be simulated based on the different units to obtain productivity results. Conclusions: it is of paramount importance to create knowledge regarding the water requirements of crops and their response, because they could be changing because of climate change. So these tests and studies enable strategies as deficit irrigation of the crops, which will enable to focus on sustainability, reducing water application without reducing significantly their yield. It's important to follow using then lysimetry to obtain the KC of the crop. The purpose is to schedule irrigation with enough accuracy in regions that do not have access to investigation information or climate data. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you, Marco. Next speaker, Sergio Jimenez.
And his presentation is entitled Remote Sensing and Reanalysis Data Applied to Irrigated Agriculture in Mexico. You have 7 minutes, Sergio. Thank you.
Bueno, voy a explicarle brevemente este tema de que hemos estado trabajando aquí en el instituto.
I'm going to talk about what we're doing at the Institute. Remote sensing allows us to monitor vegetation. We are working mostly in irrigation crops. Satellite images do not provide too much information, but historical series provide more information. We can work on variables using the indexes in crops. In this plot, we can see corn was planted and there was a change. With other researchers, we've analyzed the behavior of the historical vegetation indexes of alfalfa. This will allow us to develop agricultural variables. For example, in this case, November to February, there is a low response. This is in the north of Sinaloa with winter corn. You can see the months where there's no activity. Here, 2 crops and then corn. And these behaviors allow us to do also historical analysis, how the land has been used. And this helps us determine the real surface area of cropping. In this case, for instance, each pixel in this black lines show the years that have been cropped. And this 16, 15 years, in this case, the last year of seeding, some areas where it no longer was agricultural land, but was used for construction. We can see which year they stopped being used for agricultural purposes. And we developed an interpretation calculator with existing tools in internet for more efficient management of satellite imaging. And this is the main output of agricultural variables. We can monitor the vegetation index to try to calibrate the information of vegetation indexes with agricultural variables, trying to develop maps. We worked together with INIFAP in Sinaloa. The interpreter apologizes, but the speaker is breaking up. Sergio, we have lost you. Sergio, if you can hear us, please know that we have lost you and we cannot hear. We are not getting your audio feed.
Creo que perdimos la conexión de Sergio.
Well, I see we have lost Sergio's feed. Perhaps we can continue with our next speaker. I think he's joined. If I may, Rafael Guajardo is all set. Perhaps we can move on. Great. Well, I think that could be a good option. Sorry for this technical difficulties. The connectivity of our colleagues from INIFAP has some issues, but Dr. Rafael Guajardo, the panel is ready, so you can start with your presentation. Good afternoon. I hope you can see my slideshow. Yes, we can. Thank you. Thank you. Well, I will start by describing a methodology proposal we have at the Institute to identify the effects of climate change in some crops. Here we will give two examples. Crops of relevance in the state of Veracruz, orange and coffee crops.
Una de las cosas que podemos notar en México es de que
in Mexico, seasonal agriculture is prevalent in almost 70% of the territory, and it is exposed to variations in temperature, precipitation patterns, and to a certain extent is putting pressure on crops. And that also affects the physiology of crops, in this case, orange and coffee. And this also has an impact on the flowering, ripening, and fruiting cycles. The agriculture is also exposed to conditions conducive to the proliferation of pests and diseases that also impact the health of the plant and the quality of the fruits. Typically, these crops are exposed to prolonged droughts, heavy rains, which may be time-spaced, frost, and extensive rainfall, and all this has an impact on the crop. What you see here are images showing the effects of frost on orange, citrus on the left, and coffee on the right. On the left, it's from Mexico, and the example on the right is what we witnessed in Brazil in 2021. So why this proposal? For a proper understanding of the evolution of climate in the future, and this is crucial for decision making. And in order to have a view of potential variations of climate factors in the future. And what we do, as Gabriel Diaz said, what we do is research of the agroecological requirements of crops. We use mapping coverage involving soil, topography, precipitation, temperature, just to mention a few, to see how climate behaves throughout climate change scenarios, considering three horizons: a near horizon, a medium horizon, and a far horizon. So here we're going to refer to the near horizon exclusively, which is the one we're currently working on. And one of the inputs in this type of study is agroecological requirements through online sources and the literature developed by the Institute itself, as well as the feedback from farmers and research institutions and experts on crops. With this, we define the agroecological requirements. This is an example, in this case, for coffee crop on the left, and on the right for orange crops. With regard to the map cover, this is a digital elevation model with a 90-meter resolution, which allows us to develop the slope map. And we have access to data on soil, the physical, chemical composition of soils, among others. And this is collected from the National Institute of Statistics. We develop our own cartographic coverage through geostatistics. We use a software that is called ANUSPLING. The relational variable is the altitude, the elevation model, and through database cartographic manipulation, we develop interpolated maps of annual mean precipitation, minimum and maximum annual temperature with a 90-meter resolution. We already have covered precipitation temperature on a monthly and annual basis at 90 meters. And what we do is we go for sources of information of precipitation and temperature. This is the basic data that then allows us to identify the potential regions within the climate change scenarios. On screen, you see we are referenced to a near horizon, which is 2015-2039. In our view, this will give us perspective, an outlook of climate change within this time range. And this is both for precipitation and for temperature. What you see on screen now is a very high-level overview of our process, a definition of the agroecological requirements, which are integrated to a geographic information system. We do geospatial lookups with mapping, and then we produce maps under a baseline scenario and under a climate change scenario, identifying the productive potential of agricultural areas and the time step conditions of coffee and orange crops. Here, we are specifically showing the state of Veracruz, but this model could be applied to any state or to any region and at different scales. You have 1 minute, Rafael. Thank you. So this is a coffee productive potential map with the differences in productive potential in two scenarios, the current scenario and the climate change scenario, and the variation temperature thereof. You can see at the level of municipality, the variations of increased or decreased potential according to the scenarios. This is a view for the orange crop, again, baseline and climate change scenarios. We can see as well how surface areas can change, can vary, and also at municipality level. That is one of the advantages. By way of conclusion, this information could be ideally used by producers, technicians, and decision makers in order to anticipate climate change impacts and decide adaptation policies or strategies, and also to understand future scenarios, considering the risks in development of crops, and have a greater view of future challenges. And this is food for thought. You see, it is necessary to take into account that the problem of climate change is here with us and deserves being addressed. Well, thank you very much for your time, and I hope I have made myself clear, and I will be here for your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Camino. We had an issue with internet. Please excuse us. So now, Sergio, we'll give you 3 minutes to finish off. Go ahead, Sergio. Thank you. Continuing on with the presentation, this is where we left off. So this is the calibration stage of this platform for different modules in Sinaloa. Here you have them in these 4 areas. You can see them here on screen. These are different researches from INIFAP, depending on the amount of available rivers, which is more sensitive to the crop. So based on this, we have all the summaries. We adapt the platform for it to tell us what these stages are. Some validations took place in different plots. You can see here the agricultural area. This year, there's been a validation stage of different plots, also including some hybrids in this area. You can see the graph down below. This is the development, as I mentioned earlier, and the color-coded map. Again, just to show you, the idea was to have pictures every week for irrigation scheduling purposes and see in which plots they can add irrigation, but the user would suggest and ask for irrigation, but now the modules will say which plots need irrigation. We try to map it because right now we have corn, but now we will know where they will be planting corn in which plots, and the typical variables. We're working also on wheat in Sonora. There are 3 experimental plots. The idea was to look at different quantities of periods of irrigation, and these are the final stages in the phenological stages, and it was distributed based on the different features. So in this area, it becomes more complicated. We were able, and the literature says so, by transpiration with specific indices, since it's so complex to actually schedule it, we have to calculate then the KC in the NDVI. We divided them into 2 stages, where they give the correlations. These are the functions we have to include right now. for monitoring purposes. This year, we're also doing the monitoring of other plots, in this case for wheat. This is based on the remote sensing. According to data analysis, we have a national project depending on the different seasons. Some of the seasons don't have all of the variables to estimate the evapotranspiration I referred to. Some have the variables, but they don't comply with environmental conditions, and therefore they cannot comply with the value of the evapotranspiration. So we did a preliminary analysis in the region, how this would be using this particular methodology. And the results, the preliminary results were that we would have to combine different databases for that particular area. And we could substitute speed, velocity, because it's one of the most important variables. The wind speed observed at the meteorological stations, we could replace it because there are many sensors regarding solar radiation, or sometimes these sensors fail. So maybe we could replace those. We have a special platform for people to calibrate very quickly their data. So this is the other point, is bias reduction. This is the end of my presentation, and I remain available for any questions. Thank you, Sergio. Thank you very much. Now we will give the floor to Walter Lopez Baez. He will speak about the integrated watershed management for sustainable use of natural resources and adaptation to climate change, focusing on the social aspect. You have 7 minutes, Walter. Please, is the audio okay? Is my presentation on screen? Can you see it? Yes? We can hear you properly as well. I will share INIFAP's experience in the southeast of Mexico. We can't, he says we can't hear you. My mic is on. I'm not silenced. Yes, Ignacio, we can hear Walter. This is an experience in the southeast of Mexico to manage then watersheds, to manage climate change with a social focus. Here, I'd like to show you the area we're working at. We practically see two different Mexicos. In blue, where we have 7-fold more water availability than in the rest of the country. 2/3 of the water per capita is here. Conditions are very different. We have flooding issues. We also have agricultural issues, and we have a great challenge because this is where half of all the hydro energy is produced in Mexico. These are just some images that show the problems we face when hurricanes come about. These images were from 2005 when we had the Stan hurricane. These are the results. The damage is really damage to the economy at large, infrastructure, agriculture, civilian population. This situation is recurrent in Chiapas. Every 10 years, we have these nature disasters. And the challenge is, how do we see to this problem that seems so complex? And the Institute, together with other players, we have designed a strategy with a focus that can no longer be sectoral, as we've seen. It has to be with an integrated view, with a systemic focus. Nothing is loose there in nature. It's more a long-term vision. So we started to build a model, given these premises, thinking about 4 components. The first is, if climate change is a sector that's affecting and impacting water, we have to work on the watersheds. We cannot do it with a territorial view. That's more political and admin. We must use then the watershed as an action unit. Then secondly, understand the relationship between precipitation, cover, and gravity, to see what happens with the floods downstream. Thirdly, the consequences of the use of soil by local population when we lose biodiversity, which is so important in the mountainous areas when there's flood. Fourth component is to work with a key player, the one who changes the watershed, people. Many projects don't consider the social capital. They mostly highlight technical aspects, but the proposal I'm bringing here is placing the actor who lives in the watershed as a protagonist. So what is the challenge? How can we make watersheds to comply with their roles, with their water roles, but at the same time, how do people, the communities within the watershed upstream, to be able to obtain their livelihood with their productive activities? Yes, the river has to work well to create energy, but upstream, how do the people achieve food security and also income for family purposes? This is the method INIFAP has tested. It considers 4 key points. The first is the development in an integrated fashion. We cannot just see water or just the forest or just the soil. It's got to be integrated. So there are some components like food security, income improvement of local population, of course, water management and conservation, soil and forest conservation, diversification of income, household income. But first, food security and income improvement, so restoration and conservation can take place. Another important component is to work with the watershed. We work at the micro watershed level with 5 and 10 hectares, where we have 6 communities that share the same climate, the same production system. It's easier to plan in that level. So first prioritize which are the micro watersheds that need priority attention. Then we work with the families and with communities, as well as with the municipality. That's the political limit. And finally, we'd like to certify those watersheds so that they have added value and a better market price in terms of their products. Third component is developing social and human capital. That's the most important of all. How do we develop the skills and capabilities of people who live in the watershed? They must not just think about the plot or community, but as a watershed and organize, or the basin, right? Which is the territory, which is social capital too. These projects are not annual projects. They have a multi-year effect to guarantee trust in the population and the projects that are being implemented. We also think about public policy recommendations and communities that are better adapted to climate change. This model has been proven in a pilot test in a micro basin in Switzerland. And this is the challenge, was how to conserve the protected natural area, but for the population to do it with enthusiasm. We had to work on the corn. We had to work also on the beans and coffee for income purposes and for food purposes. After testing it, we had an allied in this system, and we're testing it right now. This is a project to replicate the model. This is an initiative in a municipality which is called Arriaga in Chiapas. They suffer from the lack of water. You have 1 minute left. And this is how we're testing the model with the people in situ. We're working with ICA community-wise. This is another way of working on the project for the community to see the development. And lastly, most recently, we're working with the Federal Energy Commission, the basins that actually contribute to the hydro plants. Of course, there's a lot of runoff there. We signed an agreement with CFE to deal with these basins and watersheds. That was my experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're going to skip the Q&A, but we have the Slido where you can post your questions and the speakers will afterwards answer them. with the necessary time. With this, we have completed the segment by INIFAP, and we're going to open up the USDA segment, the U.S. Department of Agriculture. And the first presentation will be by Daniel Moriarty. The title of this presentation is General Overview of the Soil and Water Assessment Tool, SWOT. Daniel, go ahead, you have 10 minutes.
You want me to go ahead and present? I'm sorry.
Adelante, por favor, go ahead, please.
Okay.
Go ahead, please.
So yeah, my name is Daniel Moriarty, and today I'm going to talk about the SWOT model. On this screen here, I just want to recognize the developer of SWOT, Dr. Jeff Arnold, and Mike White of ARS, and also Dr. Srinivasan, who is the director of Texas A&M AgriLife. So on this slide here, I know SWOT has a whole lot of details, but I'm just going to give a general overview of the model. So down here, there is the website for SWOT. I would just recommend that you can check that website if you already don't have it, so that you can go spend some time and get most of the details there. So SWOT development is a collaborative effort of USDA, ARS, as well as NRCS, as well as Texas A&M, EPA, NOAA, and other universities, and is maintained in Temple, Texas. So the model philosophy is that it uses readily available inputs and is physically based. It's computationally efficient and is comprehensive with several process interactions, and is mainly intended for simulation of management practices. SWOT has been used almost in every part of the globe and extensively as well. So the general description of the model is that it's a continuous daily time step, and it can also be run on a sub-hourly basis. You can make simulations from 1 day all the way to several hundred years. It's a distributed parameter model with an unlimited number of sub-watersheds, and it has got comprehensive processes with interactions. As I've said again, it is used to simulate different management practices. The configurations include cells. It has also got sub-watersheds, which are smaller watersheds within the larger watershed. And each one of those sub-watersheds consists of hydrologic response units, which are homogeneous land use, soils, and the slopes. And it can also utilize outputs from other models, including Apex. It can also utilize point sources from treatment plants, for example, as inputs. So some of the strengths of SWOT model is that it has got comprehensive upland processes that comprises of hydrologic water balance, uses physically based inputs, consists of plant growth processes, including rotations and crop yields, nutrient cycling in soil, and it's mainly used for land management, best management practices. You can simulate management such as tillage, irrigation, rotations, and subsurface drainage. So the channel processes are flexible. They have a flexible watershed configuration. It can also be used to for water transfer, irrigation diversions. It has got processes that cover the sediment deposition and scour, as well as nutrient pesticide transport. It also has wetlands, ponds, reservoirs, and you can processes to quantify the impacts on hydrology and the nutrients. So types of applications include assessment, where you want to find what is the current status to assess the environmental conditions for reporting. It's also used for trend analysis when you want to evaluate historical change. It can also be used for predictions, for example, to evaluate the impact caused by change, for instance, climate change or land use change. And then it can also be used to evaluate alternative management plans for decision making. So SWOT is a model that is always under continuous development in order to make it usable for new challenges. One of those development is the development of SWOT Plus. And then also even more recent is the National Agroecosystems Model. So this is also a collaborative effort of all the universities. Here there are 3 universities as well as USDA. I'll be talking about SWOT Plus and then just finally talk about the National Agroecosystems Model. So SWOT Plus is basically SWOT, and it's a new and completely restructured version of SWOT with fewer input files to make it more user-friendly. It's flexible spatial representation of connectivity within a watershed. All the HRUs right now in this version of SWOT, the SWOT Plus, the channels, wetlands, ponds, reservoirs, and point source, they are spatial. They're just spatial objects. That's so that it's easier to take each one of those separately, and you can make any improvement or changes. So the SWOT Plus is also is basically based on the same processes of SWOT, as we have said here, which are process-based and that are computationally efficient. It's mainly focused on agricultural uses, and then it's also open source. Both the codes, you can get them online as well as the executables. It has got interfaces to help with the simulations as well as very detailed documentation of the processes. So the same processes here that we have talked about hydrology, nitrogen, phosphorus, cycles, plant growth, and CO2, as well as channel processes, ponds and reservoirs, as well as groundwater interaction. One of the most important things that helps with the development of this model, and I'm sure several other models, is the field and watershed observations. For example, those ones that are collected from within the SEEP and ELTA national networks. So these are very critical for model development to test new routines and improve specific processes, and also to fine-tune the model to make sure that the simulations or the simulated outputs are fitting or close to the observed numbers. So from SWOT Plus now, so there is the development of the National Agroecosystems Model, which is really SWOT Plus based, and it's a highly detailed national modeling framework developed to predict the effects of agriculture on the environment. It's a joint effort again between ARS and RCS, Texas A&M, Baylor, and Colorado State University. It was mainly developed to support ELTA that you have heard about today, and SEEP 2. And SEEP is the Conservation Effects Assessment Project, which began in the year 2003 based on the 2002 Farm Bill. So on this side here, you can see the development of these models where we started with APEC, which is a field-based, and then went to SWOT, UMass, and then in 2003, SIP1 began, where both APEX and SWOT were used for SIP1. And then later on, SIP 1.5 here utilized the SWOT Plus and APEX as well as more detailed models. And currently, which is SIP2, this national agroecosystem model is being used both for SIP as well as ELTA. So the scope of the national agroecosystem model is it has got a national extent, and it's field-based computational units, and those fields are now the HRUs. We have over 86,000 sub-basins around the country, as well as 7.5 million HRUs and over 2,000 SWOT Plus models. And these are process-based simulations at the field level, and then the results are accumulated around the country.
1 minute left.
Okay, so some of the, thank you. Some of the current applications include cropland SIP, and you can read more about that over the screen, and the slides will be available. SIP Wildlife, Legacy Phosphorus Project, Natural Infrastructure Project, integrated SWOT, integrated assessment model as well. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks. Now, our next speaker from the USDA as well is Al Rotz, and his talk is titled Integrated Farm System Model, a tool for evaluating alternative beef and dairy production systems. Please go ahead, and you have 10 minutes.
Thank you. So the Integrated Farm System Model is a farm scale model. It's another product of USDA that's been around for quite a few years. It's primarily a research tool, also used in other applications. It's primarily used for dairy and beef systems, sort of farm scale, but it also can be used some for cropping systems as well. In terms of farm scale type models, it's fairly unique, and it is a process-based simulation of all the major processes on the operation. So for example, we start with crop growth, simulating that on a daily time step based upon the weather conditions, the nutrients available in the soil, and so forth. We move that on through to harvest, and simulate harvest on a daily time step, keeping track of losses, quality changes that occur in the feeds as they're being harvested, labor and fuel inputs and such. And we continue that throughout the whole system. And when we get to the animals, we predict how much milk or how much they're going to grow in the case of beef cattle based upon the feeds that are available and the feeds that are being purchased to supplement them. We also predict the amount and the nutrient contents of the manure that will be produced. We track those manure nutrients, predicting losses as we go through the system and return them back to the soil. We normally simulate the farms over 20 or 25 years of weather to get a long-term look at the performance, the economics, and the environmental impacts. And in terms of environmental impacts, we're looking at air and water quality. For air, we're predicting gaseous emissions, greenhouse gases, ammonia, hydrogen sulfide, and VOCs, also N2 and NO and NO2, I guess, through denitrification processes as well as N2O. And then we're looking at leaching and runoff of nitrogen and phosphorus and tracking those to keep a balance of the nutrients for the system. Based upon that, then we do what we call a cradle to farm gate life cycle assessment. As illustrated here for greenhouse gases, we're looking at everything coming directly off the operation, but we're also keeping track of the resources used and the impact that was created on the environment producing those resources, such as fuel, electricity, fertilizers, machinery, and such. So we're doing this life cycle assessment for greenhouse gas emissions. We're looking at the carbon footprint. We're also looking at water consumption, or the or what we would call the blue water footprint. Blue water being that's available through ground and surface water sources where it could be used for other means. Also looking at fossil energy use and reactive nitrogen losses, which is just the total of all forms of reactive nitrogen that would leave the farm or production system. The way we typically use this is we model some base system, and then we do some what ifs and looking at different alternatives and looking at how those changes would impact the performance as well as the environmental impacts and economics of the system. We've used this model to look at a lot of different applications over the years. Some of the earlier work was focused on forage harvest and preservation. We moved on to cropping systems, grazing systems, and we do a lot with manure management and nutrient management at the farm scale and beyond, feeding output from this model to other models and that sort of thing. A lot of our more recent work has been focused more on climate change, looking ahead at projected climate, and just doing general sustainability assessments for dairy and beef production. And I'll comment on those just a little bit in detail here. We've completed national assessments for dairy and beef production. Looking here at beef, we divide the country into these 7 regions. Within each region, we modeled representative production systems, totaled them across the country to get the full, in this case, carbon footprint of beef production in the United States. So as this study and many others have shown, a large portion of the footprint is due to enteric methane production from the animal. Next would be nitrous oxide from feed production, and you see from manure emissions and so forth. If we total all this across all cattle produced in the United States, it came out to about 233 teragrams of CO2 equivalent per year being emitted in beef production. This comes out to be about 3.5% of what is estimated as the total greenhouse gas emissions from the United States. In terms of blue water consumption, what we found was that it takes, on average, across all the country, and it varies a lot from east to west, but across all beef cattle, 2,000 liters of water to produce a kilogram carcass weight of beef. And nearly all of this is from irrigation to produce feed. If we total this across all cattle, that comes out to about 23 teraliters per year, which is about 6% of what's estimated as the annual freshwater withdrawals for the United States. So we've also looked back in time, looking at historical changes that by modeling operations across the United States in 1970 versus today. Here for carbon footprint, again, we're finding that the intensity here, which is the CO2 emissions per unit of milk produced, that has reduced greatly by 43%. But when we total it across all the milk, we're producing twice as much milk as what we did 50 years ago. So the total still comes out that we're producing about 13% more greenhouse gas emissions from our dairy farms today. But not much compared to twice as much milk. In terms of water footprint, it's a little different. When we total this across the country, because we've had a lot of movement of the dairy industry from the east to the drier regions of the west that's more dependent on irrigation, we're seeing a fairly substantial increase in water use in dairy production. We're also looking at what can we do to make things better? That's what a lot of our work is focused on right now. So we're looking at things like enteric methane inhibitors, precision feeding, covered manure storage, anaerobic digestion, just general processing of manure in different ways, use of solar energy and that sort of thing. So looking at these individually and combined into different production systems, what can we do to really reduce the environmental impacts? The other thing that I mentioned, climate change, looking at how projected future climate affects our production systems, looking at what we can do to help adapt our farms for future climate, And again, looking at mitigation practices and how they affect future climate. And I'll just show an example here. Again, it's from dairy. And again, this is on carbon footprint from dairy production. If we look at the recent carbon footprint, around 1 kilograms per kilogram of fat and protein corrected milk. As we look into the future, by mid-century, the climate change will increase the carbon footprint of dairy production. But if we use the right combination of mitigation strategies, we can not only reduce the carbon footprint considerably today, but we can help maintain that carbon footprint into the future. So just to summarize, IFSM, the Integrated Farm System, is primarily a research tool, but it does have some application in education and other ways. The model has been verified and applied to many applications over its long history. Recent applications, again, what we've been kind of focusing on now is environmental assessments of production systems everywhere from the farm to national scales, evaluating strategies for mitigating the environmental impacts of farms, and determining approaches for adapting our farms to
1 minute left,
climate.
please.
So this is a Windows-based program. It is available if anybody's interested. It's available for download from our website. This is the web address, but probably the best thing, the easiest way to find it, if you just do an internet search for the Integrated Farm Systems model or IFSM download, something like that, it should pop up. So that's what I have. If you have questions, I guess I'll be answering them probably tomorrow.
Thanks. We have a Q&A at the end of the session. Thanks. Our next speaker is Amber Williams. He's going to talk about Almanac, a tool for international modeling of plants, climate, and water. Please go ahead, Amber. You have 10 minutes.
Okay, let me share my screen. There we go. All right. Hello. Since I've already been introduced, let's get started. I'm here at the Grassland Soil and Water Research Laboratory in Temple, Texas. And I'd like to acknowledge all of our collaborators who are just as amazing as our station's Christmas time trail cam capture of a unicorn under a full moon. Our collaborators are Doug Smith with the USDA, Jim Canary, who's retired from the USDA, Soo-Min Kim from Dankook University in the Republic of Korea, Jacqueline Jaco from the University of Georgia in the US, Alma Baez Gonzalez with INAFAP in Mexico, Magdalena Drie, Universidad de Buenos Aires in Argentina, and Fatih Aziz with Texas A&M University working in Ghana. So I'd like to thank them very much for all their contributions. And I've also listed our websites on this slide where you can download the models and see our relevant publications. Almanac is a free process-based model with measurable input variables for physical and biological processes and not just fitted constants. Almanac simulates plant growth through leaf area, light interception, biomass production, and stress simulation. To excel at modeling plant growth and biomass production, Almanac simulates contributing processes such as competition among and within species, species and community water balance, nutrient cycling, plant temperature responses, and various management strategies, including grazing. Almanac is capable of simulating climate change impacts, conservation choices, and management change implications. The Almanac model requires 4 categories of input: weather, soil, management, and crop parameters. We prefer all these to be measured values, but each category has the ability to use existing or generated values. We also give users links to common databases to download data for these inputs. For example, soil values for the US are downloaded from NRCS's Surgo database, which is a free online resource. Almanac includes the crop parameters for the most common agricultural crops and certain grasses and trees. This spring, we are adding a list to our website of parameters from recently developed crops and native plants that don't come embedded within Almanac. The website also has details of how to derive parameters for crops which have never before been simulated. Almanac is a daily time step model and will output crop growth, yield, hydrology, erosion, nutrients, and plant stress. Almanac began as the crop growth model, but we have developed its capabilities to now include managed and native systems. Almanac has been used in a wide array of conditions, not only in agriculture, but in deserts, rangelands, grasslands, forests, and wetlands. Parameters for wetland plants were developed from 5 U.S. regions shown here: the prairie potholes in North Dakota, depressional wetlands on the East Coast, managed wetlands in California, wetlands in Central Texas, and the playas in the Texas Panhandle. Each region includes diverse sites to help account for the variability within the ecosystem. These regions were chosen as a focus for the Conservation Effects Assessment Project, or CEAP, as others have mentioned today, as agricultural impacts are being felt in the wetlands and the waterways. For more accurate point and landscape modeling, wetland plant parameters were needed to be developed and simulated. Functional group parameters were also derived to assist modeling complex systems, as it is unrealistic to have 200 plant species simultaneously simulated at a site. These parameters are published in the papers shown here. 19 individual species parameters were derived and are included along with functional groups. Species were chosen based on dominance or commonality displayed throughout the region. Species that had the same impact or niche in the wetland were grouped together. In this photo, you can see some of us measuring a wetland tree found in Central Texas for the second paper. Trees of 2 different age classes were measured, and this black willow is in the younger category. Almanac simulations were performed using these parameters to ensure calibration and validation of our work. The wetland plant parameters can be used for simulations to help answer questions about ecosystem services, assess conservation effects, management choices, climate effects, etc. These 2 papers build on the last ones. In the Kim et al. Production, we ran Almanac jointly with another model from our station called Apex. These models were used to show water quality impacts of the waterfowl with simulations at the field scale and through several connected, highly managed wetlands. Sometimes in modeling, we have complicated questions, and each model has a unique strength that makes it effective for its purpose. Almanac is a useful plant growth model at the field scale. However, certain questions can be better applied in different models. So a really helpful feature of Almanac is its ability to easily pair with the other models here in Temple. Our proven crop parameters can be simply shared to a landscape model such as SWAT, or as in the case above, a connecting field model with Apex. After simulations in Almanac, Apex was used to simulate the connecting impoundments in the highly managed wetland in California. The Williams et al. Paper listed here is a summary of all the wetland advances we have implemented with Almanac. This is a great source to delve into, explaining what and how we've been modeling wetlands. Almanac has numerous publications with various climate scenarios, and we don't have time today to list them all, but here are some impactful papers for this webinar. Behrman et al. Compared potential biofuel yields across the eastern U.S. under several climate scenarios. This paper was the first to showcase Almanac's batch run feature, where multiple projects and sites can be run at a time. We can model across the landscape using this feature, though our projects will not interact with one another. For almost all instances, single or batch runs are sufficient for our users and no multi-model interactions are necessary. Additionally, batch runs can be used to run many scenarios at the same location all at one time, a very useful feature when simulating various climate scenarios. We have also simulated climate impacts on forage and grain sorghum in Argentina. Yes, Almanac can be used internationally. Contact us or see the advanced user guide we're posting on our website this spring for guidance. Coffee has been simulated in Hawaii and cocoa in Ghana. They were tested both with no overstory canopy and in understory conditions. Similarly, various climate adjustment predictions were also simulated. But unfortunately, we got to eat 0 samples from all our harvests. Climate forecasts can be input manually or installed in Almanac's database. This is helpful to have multiple avenues of modification, as some climate forecasts are very detailed, such as in the previous slide, and others only predict plus or minus a millimeter annual precipitation, or plus or minus a degree of Celsius, but with the ability to customize, to manually adjust, and as our model uses a daily time step, this allows users to adapt their weather file to either more intense weather events or an across-the-board adjustment as desired. Along with our NFAP cooperators, we have developed a specific version of the model called Almanac Mexico, which can be downloaded in English or Spanish. This model includes soil and weather from Mexico embedded in the program, so no extra downloads are required for Almanac Mexico. Pictured here is a group from the last joint Almanac Mexico workshop held in Mexico, with Jim Canary and Alma Baez front and center. Download Almanac Mexico at our website, along with the user's manual and information for how to measure parameters for new crops. Almanac Mexico has already been applied successfully using a non-irrigated bean and sugarcane. These manuscripts here describe parameter derivation, calibration, and validation simulations, and yield impacts using future climate predictions. Locally, we've also used Almanac Mexico for unpublished simulations of blue corn, Hesperalo, which is similar to yucca, and agave. Almanac has also been used in Canada with the boreal forest. Here, Almanac was combined with another temple model, in this case SWAT, when trying to answer more complex questions. Almanac has also simulated biofuels in the northern US, and the prairie pothole ecosystem we simulated in our wetland studies also extend into Canada. So thank you for your time.
Thanks. Thanks, nice presentation. Yeah, now we have a little time left, saving time. So there is an other speaker. The next speaker is Dave Goodrich and Phil Hyman, and they're talking about making watershed models easier to apply, AWA, the Clagent Stochastic Weather Generator, and machine learning with REM. Please, Dave, go ahead. 10 minutes.
Dave, if you're speaking, we can't hear you.
Okay, is that better?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Again, thanks for everybody hanging in there. Thanks to the organizing committee. And Phil Heilman and I are going to talk about using and making models, existing models, more usable. And over my career, I've seen, greater model complexity being incorporated into watershed models. And that generally leads to greater data needs, which may be hard to fulfill. So our recommendations, the four listed below, are let's make it easier to use the models we have. And again, the models type that I'm thinking of are physically based distributed models. And automate watershed characterization. Of course, there's been a lot of work done in this area already. Another area is how to make our weather and climate data more accessible. And the prior speaker touched on this. We'll also look at an example of employing machine learning for a model emulator, as well as spatial machine learning and artificial intelligence to estimate difficult to collect, difficult meaning expensive, watershed data. And I'd like to thank all of the co-authors listed below. Let's see. Okay, in terms of automation and characterization, I'd like to talk about AGWA, the Automated Geospatial Watershed Assessment Tool. This was developed by our lab in cooperation with EPA, University of Arizona, and a number of others. So Agua was designed specifically for resource managers, not for other modelers. So we like to think it's relatively easy to use and apply. Can be applied to gauged or ungauged watersheds, operates nationally, at least with US data sets. And it's very good to investigate the impacts of land cover or climate change, identifying, let's say, at-risk areas or areas impacted by management change, fire, etc. Provides repeatable results for relative change assessments. Of course, any model needs good calibration data. We're not to the point yet, at least in my opinion, that we can get good quantitative estimates without having good input data. 3 well-established models are set up and driven within Agua. That's Kinross 2, REM, the Rangeland Hydrology and Erosion Model, and a version of SWOT. And here's the basic workflow. We gather our databases, we pick a watershed outlet, and then we use topography to discretize the watershed into overland flow elements that go to a channel network. And we're actually doing routing, kinematic routing, so we can look at runoff effects for, let's say, impervious to pervious. We characterize the model elements, again, with land cover, topography, and soils to derive secondary parameters from lookup tables. And we tried our best to get experimental data where possible, or observed data and other research to at least get good initial estimates for these parameters. Then we build our input files, run the model, and then we can view the results back in the GIS environment. So all of these outputs listed for Kinross and SWOT can be brought back into the GIS to identify how things are operating spatially. In terms of basic data, again, we talked about topography, soils, and land use. Weather, of course, we have design storms from NOAA 14 in the US. You can use observed information, but again, rainfall data in particular has to be good in time and space. Radar rainfall data is getting better, but it still has issues. And the main thing we need from users is the management information. So, where did something happen? Where did a wildfire burn? Where did urbanization occur? And some of the things that we think are very nice in terms of Agua are the tools we built into it. And for example, this land use, land cover management tool, we can put in a polygon, either user defined or digitally defined. And let's say in this polygon, we want to reduce brush by 70%. We can use these different sorts of information, and then after we do the brush treatment, we have this new polygon, and the remaining vegetation types can be randomly distributed within the polygon or fractally with a cluster. So then we can run the model without a treatment, with a treatment, and again, difference these to see what happens because of the treatment. We've got a number of other tools that are listed here. We've had quite a bit of success with the post-fire effects. Multi-point, multi-watershed analysis allows you to do this with a whole bunch of watersheds and not necessarily go through one watershed at a time. And we have an urban toolkit that will allow you to simulate down to the lot scale from roof to yard to road. And, again, users like this differencing capability. You do one simulation without a treatment. It saves all of the information for all of the overland flow elements and channels. And then you do a simulation with the treatment. Again, everything is saved. And then you can difference these between model runs and either in a percent change or a magnitude. And again, you get a color ramp for the various things. So streams, the fatter and the redder the stream, the more runoff. In the upland, overland flow areas, the bluer the area, the more runoff. And of course, for any of the elements, we can export a hydrograph or a acetograph. And, you know, this was touched on in the last one, but there are stochastic weather generators maintain statistical characteristics of observation. So WGen, I think, is used in SWOT. And again, this is a way, if you have 20, preferably 30 years of observations, you can estimate the parameters, the stochastic parameters you need to generate these time series. And Andrew Fullhart has completed some development to basically come up with CLIGEN parameters globally. Now, some other prior studies have been done for China or here, Australia, and what. So he used remote sensing climate models and machine learning to get these global estimates of CLIGEN parameters. So now you can do things like do a global rain-driven erosion estimate and provide an atlas of precipitation extremes, depth, duration, frequency is basically what the NOAA 14 has done for the US. And again, you can utilize this information in many ways. And we do have an intensification tool. Of course, temperature can change monthly. And again, the prior speaker mentioned these as well. So good thing for looking at risk assessments. And then Andrew is working on downscaling grid-based information, which is typically what comes out of the global change models, to point-based, and they're way different. So decent methods have to be developed for that. In terms of the machine learning, for the REM model, an emulator was developed that's 13 billion times faster than a desktop version. And then that has been, again, for NRI, this is NRCS, Natural Resource Inventory Points, and Department of Interior Assessment, Inventory, and Monitoring Points. That was coupled with Landsat, PRISM, and soil grids for over 60,000 points to develop an artificial neural network to estimate REM ground parameters. And this is the tough stuff. Percent rock cover, basal area, life form that are often very hard to do, with the exception of ground surveys. And that's what NRI and AIM are doing. So they've got a lot of them, and we can exploit them with these sort of tools. Here's an example of a small area in which this was applied. And we did very well on runoff. Erosion needs work, and we're trying to go through and modify some of the data sets. But again, if this works, and we think we're getting there, we can estimate.
1 minute left. 1 minute left.
Okay. We can estimate these anywhere. And with that, I'll turn it over to Phil Heilman.
Okay, this will be fast. As we all know, there are ecosystems that don't respect political borders, and people build agro-ecosystems on those ecosystems. This one's from the UN and FAO. Go ahead next, Dave. I just wanted to make an advertisement. If people wanted to do some watershed scale modeling on rangelands, the Walnut Gulch Experimental Watershed, almost on the border with Mexico in Arizona, has 70 years of data. It's almost 150 square kilometers. We measure convective storms and ephemeral runoff, and then skip ahead. And then thinking of how to make this more useful, there is a system of watersheds nationally defined called hydrologic unit codes. Not all of them are strictly speaking watersheds, but if you do have a national hydrography data set, a national watershed boundaries of some form, then it makes it a lot easier to think about driving down the cost of providing good science to land managers. And with that, we'll open it for questions if we have time.
Thanks, Phil. Thanks.
Welcome, Nacho.
Yeah, now we have a little time for a couple of questions in the water theme. Seems that there is around 4 questions and in the pool. So go ahead, John. So no questions? Yes.
Dave here, it says, how does Agua compare to Arc Apex? And I am not all the way up to speed on Arc Apex, but you know, we do model at the sub-daily scale. And again, things like erosion are typically driven by short-term, high-intensity events. And again, Amber might be able to tell us, or Jim Canary if he's on, and what kind of time steps you use in Apex. So that's the only obvious one that I can think of.
Okay, thank you. Yes, we have another question here. Erica is coming down to read it.
Jeff, what are the similarities and difference between SWOT and Arc Apex?
I think probably I can answer the same way as Dave has answered regarding Arc Apex and Agua. So SWOT Plus, like I said, is really a more refined version of SWOT to make things easier. So I also don't know much about Arc Apex. I guess Amber can just talk about a little bit more about that. But I know Arc Apex is much more the interface version of Apex, so that it makes things easier. But I don't know from the equations point of view and the processes what the differences will be. And somebody else did ask about whether SWOT is able to simulate crop yields. Yes.
Hi, Amber here. The main difference between the 4 models in Temple, so SWOT, Apex, Epic, Almanac, are what they're looking at. So Almanac is a crop model specifically for the field scale, although there are ways to apply it to larger areas. Apex and Epic are connecting fields. And then SWOT is a watershed model. So like if you're doing your wetlands, if you want the entire Mississippi River Basin, that's SWOT. If you want the wetland in my backyard, you can use Almanac, Apex, or Epic. If you want your pond and the neighbors potentially draining somewhere, Apex would do that. And each of these models were built by the same people initially, so they all have a similar background in what they do. But as time went on, they were all split to specific things that were needed. So depending on what your question should be, depend on which model you choose. And if you want more details, put them on that website everybody's got, and I can connect you with the appropriate modelers here in Temple for what you guys want modeled and some questions answered. Thank you.
Thanks, Amber. So with these few questions, we end up the session. and we have a little time for a break. According to the agenda, is about 10 minutes, but I suggest it be less, 5 minutes, let's say, and then we come back to wrap up the session.
Gotcha.
What do you think, Stephen?
I think we should wrap up now. If
Okay,
that's
go ahead.
okay.
That's okay.
Just to remind everyone that the Slido remains open for the next 6 days. And so if you're a speaker, I think it would be wonderful if you could spend just a few minutes looking for questions, or indeed we can try and direct you to some of those questions to keep the conversation going, really. So just a couple of quick closing remarks firstly to thank everyone for their time and effort today. I really learned a lot. And I think what I wanted to say is that where there is a will, there is a way. And I think what we've seen today is that agriculture has a need to adapt to climate change. And that need exists in Mexico, USA, and in Canada, and that is reflected in our policy, but also in our soil and water research and modeling. I saw some efforts today to share data, and I'd like to suggest that between districts and countries, that I think we can go further, and that potentially we might see benefits for each country, indeed, individually. I learned what tall towers are and the COMET model from the USDA. We saw some regional efforts from INIFAP on beneficial management practices for soil carbon and quality. And from AFC, we saw data from long-term trials and soil carbon predictions. For example, crops like corn and wheat and grassland management, these are common between our three countries and have common concerns when it comes to adapting to and mitigating climate change. We saw advances in sensor data and mapping and predictions of water availability and irrigation. And I think that's all really encouraging. One thing that stood out to me in terms of some of the maps that were shown, sometimes we saw maps that had all three countries and indeed data in multiple jurisdictions. Other times we saw scientific data that was cut off by political boundaries. And I wonder if that is inherently an opportunity to share data to fill in those gaps. From the perspective of ProSINORTE, our Soil, Water, and Climate Change Task Force will continue to find ways to collaborate across the Americas. And our next step is to contact a number of modelers from the USDA, INIFAP, and AFC. But please feel free to contact each other and follow your own path to collaboration that you might see. If indeed we've lit a light bulb, if we've inspired you to reach out and collaborate with someone, it would be wonderful to know that we've affected you in that way. So please reach out. So I don't know if Andres or Nacho, if you wanted any final comments, but you can jump in. Otherwise, I will thank everyone for their participation, you as moderators, all of the speakers, and indeed all of the attendees, for sharing today with you. It was really great. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Steve. I hope to see you all in Mexico City next month.
Right, yeah. Some of us.
Yeah.